Tribune.
This is the Rosetta Stone of meat-eating dinosaurs.
And there is no such a thing as a Rosetta Stone in science.
Ardent molecules, ardent molecules, ardent molecules.
Tribune. Tribune. Tribune.
then. Our strategy. We are leading him into a trap where we can destroy him with our deadly lasers.
This is the end then.
stored it, but I don't think it's a computer.
Yeah, it's good shape, too. It's 5, 6 feet high, I'm guessing 9 feet long. Look at the extraordinary...
What'd you do?
He touched it. Dr. Grant's not mission compatible.
Got it in for me. Look at the half-moon-shaped bones on the wrist. It's no wonder these guys learn how to fly. No, seriously. All right. Well, maybe dinosaurs have more in common with present-day birds than they do with reptiles.
That doesn't look very scary. More like a 6-foot turkey.
Turkey,
Turkey.
6-foot turkey. Turkey, 6-foot turkey. Okay. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. You get your first look at this 6-foot turkey as you enter a clearing.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's so good to see everybody here. I'm so glad you could join us for a special stream today. Today happens to be the 202nd birthday of Alfred Russel Wallace, the co-discoverer of evolution, along with Charles Darwin. We'll be talking about why he's an important figure in the history of biology. Some call him the father of biogeography, in fact. We'll be talking about his life, his career, his discoveries, his fieldwork. And I think by the end of this stream, you'll have a newfound appreciation for this important figure from the history of science. It's going to be a fun one. And hello, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing? Hello. Welcome. What's shaking, sweetie? For anybody who might be here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza, and I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach when I'm not being interrupted by cats. Sweetie pie. My goodness. Incorrigible. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I study dinosaurs. A paleontologist, as you probably know already, holy cow, is a scientist who studies fossils. Tiny toxic tofu? Well.
You can't hear me, I'm a herpetologist! No!
Tiny toxic tofu.
Creeping forth with a gigantic 228 strong raid.
That is gigantic. Extraordinary. Thank you, Tiny toxic tofu, for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Sorry, we've got a cat in the way right now. This is Sweetie Pie, who loves to hang out on my desk while I'm streaming, and only while I'm streaming. Artarabyte, thank you, Artarabyte, for the follow. Tofu, how was your stream? I hope it was really, really good. What kind of science were you talking about? I'd love to know. Thank you for bringing all of your raiders in. This is phenomenal. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So, this time of year, when I'm not out in the field, I stream from my office. Thank you, Golganak, for the 200 bits. I appreciate that. I stream from my office here in the San Francisco Bay Area. During the summers, I'm out in the field digging up dinosaurs live on stream. Looking forward to doing a lot more of that this year. Hopefully a lot more than I did last year. And last year was a lot. We had like 60 different streams from the field, give or take. Quite a few. This year, it's hopefully going to be even more. Anyway, today we're talking about Alfred Russel Wallace, which... Here. Got a cat in the way of that camera. Let's try this over here. Alfred Russel Wallace was the co-discoverer of natural selection. He's a really important figure in the history of the science of biology. So we'll be talking about why he's so important today. It's going to be a fun kind of historical stream today. We're going to be talking about his life, his work, the stuff he did in the field and in the laboratory. So I'm glad you're here. And holy cow, sweetie pie.
All those questions will be answered.
Drunken Bosmer and Fisi Shine, Coraline Who, and Atarbite, thank you all for the follows. Yeah. And Ariane says, is Sweetie Pie also a paleontologist or a biologist? No, she's actually a landlord by trade. So she doesn't have a real job. She just sits around and waits to get paid. And I'm gonna pay her right now. Here we go, Sweetie Pie. You want some treats? Will that appease you? Ooh, look at those. Good stuff. Well, well, well. Hey, welcome, everybody. It is wonderful to have you. VC Shine says your setup and office are awesome. Thank you, VC Shine.
Instead of settling for knowing what dinosaurs looked like, we now need to know how they lived.
It's true. Nell, thank you for the 31 months of support. Holy cow.
1,000 hours spent with you, wonderful dinosaur man, and the amazing knowledge you share lovingly with us all.
I appreciate
Thank you
saying
for every
that.
amazing minute, Senor Anduza. It is very much appreciated.
Thank you, Nell, for your continued support. That's the reason I can continue doing this 4 days a week. I stream here full time. This is, believe it or not, how I make my living. And it's a dream come true to be able to do that. So thank you for the support that makes that possible. Excellent. Now, since we've got a bunch of cool new people here who just came in with Tiny Toxic Tofu. Tofu says, no, I'm distracted. Cat is so cute. Sweetie Pie is very cute. She's very sweet, too. Hence her name. She's a sweet one. But, since we've got a bunch of cool new people here, what do you say we play a quick little welcome video for the new folks to kind of introduce them to the channel?
Who ruins a movie by telling you how it ends. Well, I say there are some things we don't want to know. Important things. Yeah.
Oh,
If you're
boy.
feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Lord Machination, thank you for the follow, and thank you, Commandant Herder, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Why don't we, take a brief interlude. We'll talk to our good friend, previously recorded Danny. Will tell us a little bit about who I am, what this channel is all about, why a paleontologist is here on Twitch in the first place. I think that's a good idea. And, sure enough, here he is sneaking up behind me right now. So without further ado, thank you, Lana the Panda. I appreciate that follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, like Tiny Toxic Tofu, who also does science here on Twitch. Give her a follow if you're not yet doing so, everybody. Like her, I also do science here on Twitch. And, hold your horses, goodness. Thank you, Zombie Alice, for the follow. Appreciate that. And, previously recorded, Danny. Take it away. Well, thanks, present day, Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes, yeah, well, fortunately he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So, we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sails on his hood a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are.
This is what I'm all about. And now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so.
It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you can afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful.
So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. Of course, thank you even more to Tiny Toxic Tofu for that incredible raid. I really appreciate it. And thank you, Lee Spanner, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. With all that said, if you happen to have any questions, whether you're new or a returning viewer, any questions at all about the history of life on Earth, about extinction and evolution, about the fossil record, about dinosaurs in particular, or about science more generally, do not hesitate with those questions. The whole reason I'm streaming is to be able to talk to folks about how science works, why it's important, and why you should care about it. It's, I think, going to become increasingly important to have these discussions and to really fight for scientific funding, public appreciation and understanding of science over the next few years. Yeah. So, I'm trying to do whatever I can to promote good science here on Twitch, and I'm glad you're here. Hope you stick around. Let's see. Zombie Alice says, what was your favorite dinosaur discovery in 2024? Oh, that's a tricky one. We had 40 plus new dinosaurs published in 2024. We had just had a new dinosaur published today, actually. Here are just some of those new dinosaur genera and species published in 2024. There we go. Quite a few of them, from Allosaurus annex through Diuchine, Gandhi Titan, Inawentu, Lokiceratops. I'm not sure Lokiceratops is actually valid, but that's a discussion for another time. All the way down to Yuan Yanglong. Bunch of new dinosaurs published last year, and there are many more discoveries of dinosaurs made last year that have not yet been published. Usually it takes a few years in between initial discovery and publication. Sometimes it takes decades. So favorite one, that's a really tricky one. That's a tricky question. Oh, you know what? It would have to be, I think it would have to be Photna. Out of our new dinosaurs published in 2024, it would have to be this one.
Great. Okay, so walk me through. This is Phona right here.
So
give me just a second
this is,
here.
One of our most exceptional sites.
There we go.
Okay, great.
I found each of the individual bones, and I used an iPhone to 3D scan the bones in high resolution.
So this is a little beaky plant-eating dinosaur?
To reconstruct the skull and ultimately 3D print it the way that it would have looked like in life. But then as we move,
this has got everything going for it. Not only is it a beautifully preserved specimen, there's multiple specimens. We've got multiple individuals of this animal, from the Mustn't-Touch-It member of the Cedar Mountain Formation in eastern Utah, from the beginning of the late Cretaceous period. Not only are the fossils themselves exquisite, but their taphonomic mode is really interesting too. Taphonomy is like all the stuff that happens in between the death of the animal and Its discovery? Some of these came out of a burrow, so we know that they were burrowing dinosaurs. They'd kind of pre-buried themselves before they died. And that's just a very considerate thing to do, you know? As a paleontologist, I really appreciate that.
It is almost like one of the biggest black holes of knowledge in paleontology. And it is the family tree of these early animals, right? Because this is a
The
plant
early ornithischian dinosaurs.
It preserves a very primitive body plan. We're very familiar with a lot of the charismatic dinosaurs like Triceratops or the crested hadrosaurs or stegosaurs and things like that, and armored ankylosaurs. But all these popular plant-eating dinosaurs, they all evolved from animals that look just like Photona.
Yep, so this animal would have looked a lot like this. A little two-legged, beaky, plant-eating dinosaur. Kind of like Thescelosaurus, if you're familiar with that dinosaur. Superficially similar to like Hypsilophodon, something like zooming into humans on our tree of life right here, on our tiny little branch right there. It's funny that they use this photograph because this is very much not a human in its natural habitat, but it works. Anyway, we're right here between the gorillas and the chimps. There's us right there on our little branch. Sharks and dinosaurs are not closely related at all. So sharks are a group of chondrichthyan fishes, cartilaginous fishes. They've got cartilage skeletons. They're right here. And Ototus megalodon I think would be close to... Well, we'll say it's close to the... What is it, the Requiem sharks? Yeah, I think close to over here. Lemon sharks. They're Requiem sharks. I think they're pretty close to there. Anyhow, tiger sharks are nearby too. Yeah, and then of course we've got our Carcharodon, the white shark, right here. Yeah. We used to think that they were part of that group, but anyway, in order to get to dinosaurs, you gotta go way over here. Dinosaurs belong to a group called Archosauria, and there are living members of this group. They are namely the birds and crocodilians. This tree doesn't really show a lot of extinct animals, so the non-bird dinosaurs are not part of this, but birds, as we now understand, are a kind of dinosaur. So birds evolved from a dinosaur ancestor. Dinosaurs should be right here on the tree. Right there, in between the crocs and birds. Anyway, so they're pretty far from sharks in the grand scheme of things. Does that make sense, Raul? Yeah. And Darcy says, I have a question. People say that alligator and chicken taste the same. Is that because they both taste like dinosaur? I don't know. I'm not well equipped to answer that question. I don't really eat meat, so I'm uniquely poorly positioned to answer that question for you. Sorry. But it's an interesting one. Both birds and crocs belong to this group, Archosauria. Crocodiles and birds today are each other's closest living relatives. So, the American alligator is more closely related to a hummingbird than it is to a lizard. Birds are the closest living relatives of crocodilians. How cool is that? Anywho, scrolling. Is Dinosaurs at the Dinner Party by Edward Dolnick worth a read? I've never even heard of that caravan. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. And Pimpcat says, why don't we have human fossils older than a few million years old? Because they weren't around. Humans evolved much more recently. You know? Our genus, Homo, only evolved, what, like 2, maybe 3 million years ago? That's it. Very recently. I'm sure people as we know them were around much earlier, but we have other fossils that are 100 million years old? No, so humans are really, really recent in the grand scheme of things. Yeah. There we go. So there is our genus, Homo. Homo sapiens, you've probably heard before. You're new here. Sapiens is the species, Homo is the genus. And so this genus, a genus is, it's one or more species that all share a common ancestor. They all come from the same place on the tree of life. So anatomically modern humans emerged close to 300 to 200,000 years ago in Africa. But there's other kinds of kind of like proto-human, I guess we could call them humans if they're part of genus Homo. Like Homo habilis and Homo erectus. They were around even further back. They're kind of earlier diverging species. So yeah, does that make sense? In the grand scheme of things, like we were talking about yesterday, humans are super, super recent. And anyhow, scrolling, trying to find some other questions here. Let's see, that makes sense. But what stops evolution? Evolve for or... Could you rephrase your question, Raul? I'm not sure I understand. What stops evolution? So evolution never stops. If the species is alive, like if there are members of a population that are reproducing, then that's evolution happening. Each generation is a little bit different from the one that came before it. Just unless they're literal clones, then you're always going to have some genetic differences. Recombinations, mutations, stuff like that. It's not like evolution ever stops outright. Except when a species goes extinct. That's the end of evolution, is when a species is no more. When they're extinct. But yeah. But yeah. And Zombie Alice says, what's the difference between Homo sapiens and Neanderthals? So Homo neanderthalis is another species. It was really recently diverging from our own to the point where Homo sapiens and Homo neanderthalis could actually interbreed. But, yeah, here, I'll, Homo neanderthalis. There we go, Neanderthal. So these are like the cousins of us modern humans. They would have been recognizably human. They were people, but different species. If that makes sense. It's not clear when the line of Neanderthals split from that of modern humans. Studies have produced various times ranging from 315,000 to more than 800,000 years ago. This is probably really difficult to study because there are a bunch of interbreeding events that happen after this that probably gums up the works. Makes it kind of hazy. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And let's see here. Scrolling. And Zombie Alice says, I understand it, but what are the differences? So I don't work on hominids. I don't work on human fossils. I'm not necessarily the right person to answer this question. But there's a bunch of anatomical differences, as I understand it. Golganek, thank you for gifting Gay Hibiscus. Appreciate that.
They have given 472 gifts up.
So Neanderthals would have been shorter and stouter, broader ribcage. I think overall slightly larger brain compared to the skull size. Kind of a flatter face, not as distinctive as of a chin, that kind of thing. So, yeah. Again, I'm not an expert on this sort of thing. I work on dinosaurs, so this is outside of my realm of expertise. But, yeah, kind of a shorter forehead, more distinguished brow ridge, larger nose. I think not as distinctive as of a chin, that kind of thing. But there's literally hundreds of differences in between our two species, Homo sapiens and Homo neanderthalis. But there are there's a great number of humans alive today, including myself, who happen to be carrying DNA from Neanderthals, because there were some interbreeding events that happened outside of Africa probably a few 100,000 years ago. And so we got some of those genes, and those are still in circulation in modern humans. And different people from different places often have different percentages of like Neanderthal genes. I happen to have a particularly high proportion, according to Ancestry.com. You can check that, like, with those DNA testing kits that you can do. I got one as a Christmas gift years ago, and some of them will actually show you your estimated percent of Neanderthal DNA, which is pretty interesting. Anyhow. And so I hope that answers your question, Zombie Alice. Yeah. There were some other questions too, I think. Let me see if I can catch those. Let's see. Are they more square-shaped? What? Neanderthals? I don't know if they're square-shaped, but shorter and stockier, sure, Marika. Yeah, I think that's the idea. Yeah. An official Curly TV.
I do call myself an expert in dinosaur studies.
Thank you for the 6 months of support. I appreciate it, Curly. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff.
Do you think dinosaurs are put together correctly? The bones.
I get this question a lot, believe
You're
it or not.
smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver.
I never.
But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Good stuff. On today's stream, before we get any more questions. Oh, no, we got another question. Okay. From Kettle Cook. Kettle Cook wants to know, what are the distinctions that differentiate an organism into separate species? For example, what are you looking for in fossils that indicate a new species? That is a phenomenal question, and a subject of frequent and vehement debate among paleontologists. Maybe I can work this into our topic today, too. What you're asking about are species concepts. So let's see, I think this'll work, yeah.
Classifying living things is kind of like Pokemon. It appeals to our instinct to collect and identify. And the fact that we have a classification system is super useful for scientists. I mean, it shows how every type of organism we know is connected to all the others. We've mapped out all of life in one giant chart. It's amazing.
So we were talking about that one giant chart right here. We call this the tree of life, kind of colloquially. But as far as we know, all living things evolved from a single common ancestor on our planet. And they've been diversifying ever since then. It was billions of years ago. Literally 3 or 4 billion years ago, life originated and been evolving ever since. Sometimes you get in a... And Danny Yule, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Fellow Danny, thanks for following. Sometimes you have an event that occurs where a species will split. There will be two populations that form, and they stop breeding, and they become more and more and more different, and eventually they become different species. But sometimes they come back and re-interbreed again, and recombine into one species. If they haven't diverged far enough, they can do that. It's tricky. If there's one idea that I want you to take from this, it's that the concept of a species is kind of a squishy one. Especially recently after diverging. At what point do you call them different species, you know? Something like me and a liverwort, you know, we're clearly very different species, you know? We're not the same. But you go back far enough, and you will get to a point where come on, this is not working. You will get to a point where we do share a common ancestor. Interactive tree of life. That's what we want. So, liverworts. I'm sure they're on here somewhere. I think they're pretty close to club mosses. So human beings, and we'll say club mosses here, you've got to go way, way, way back to 1.6 billion years ago to where we shared a common ancestor. Whereas humans and, let's say, bears, sorry, this is kind of buggy sometimes. No, that's not what I wanted. Humans and bears are much more closely related by contrast. Oh, come on. Reset. Where did they go? Bears were right there, and now they're gone? What happened? Fine, let's do dogs. humans and... Oh, no, there's bears. Bears are not clickable. Let's do dogs. Humans and dogs are much more closely related. We're both mammals. We shared a common ancestor only 95 million years ago, during the Cretaceous period. And our ancestor would have looked something like this. A little mousy kind of guy, some kind of very early placental mammal like that. So this is all really important, and it is relevant to what we're talking about today. We're talking about evolution. We're talking about Alfred Russel Wallace. This is super important stuff to understand. So yeah.
Amazing when you think about it. But deciding how to classify a new type of organism often isn't simple, especially when it comes to assigning it a species. In some cases, it's obvious when two things should be separate species. A jellyfish clearly is very different from a jaguar.
Yep. And I'm very different from a liverwort or something like that, you know? But the closer you get, the more tricky it can be to differentiate species.
The more similar organisms get, the harder it can be to sort them. There's no one rule that will always tell you whether two organisms should be in the same species. So different taxonomists use different rules in different situations. The most widespread...
So a taxonomist is somebody who works on taxonomy, classification of living things.
Definition of a species is called the biological species concept, or BSC. It was popularized by evolutionary biologist Ernst Mayr in 1942, and he continued to refine the idea over the next several decades. According to the BSC, organisms are part of the same species if they can produce offspring that can also breed.
So, well, I should provide an example of this. We can't really do this as paleontologists. We can't tell if two different individuals could interbreed.
If they can't produce fertile offspring, that means they belong to separate species. The BSC hinges on the idea of reproductive isolation, where something separates two species to the point that they're not compatible anymore. That separation could be time, or geography, or behavior, or physiology. Alder and willow flycatchers used to be considered part of the same species because they meet up in the wild, they look the same, and it seems like they should be able to breed. But ornithologists eventually realized they're totally different species. They sing different songs to attract different mates. So alder flycatchers never try to mate with willow flycatchers.
But here's the thing. They're so similar, and they were mistaken for the same species because pretty recently, in the grand scheme of things, maybe a few thousand years ago, maybe 100,000 years ago, they were the same species. But they've since split, and they're on their way to becoming increasingly different. They're not super different yet, so it's not obvious that they're different species, but they're no longer breeding. Give them a few 100,000 years, they'll probably look totally different from one another, to the point where you wouldn't think they were the same species. The reason why this was confusing is because we're kind of catching them just in the process of speciating, becoming different species. Does that make sense?
They're reproductively isolated. A species is therefore basically a gene pool, one that doesn't overlap with the gene pools of other species. That's a good, rigorous scientific definition. It can be tested and observed in the wild. But there are lots of cases where it doesn't work, like with microorganisms. Bacteria, for example, don't reproduce sexually. They can share genetic material with each other, but it's not part of the reproductive process.
They just kind of
split. So reproductive isolation is totally irrelevant, and a scientist looking to classify a new species of bacteria can't rely on the BSC. Instead, they might look at genetics, at the shape of the microorganisms and the way they grow, and at their evolutionary relationships to other organisms. You also can't use the BSC to classify fossils, since you can't exactly observe the mating behavior of a skeleton preserved in rock.
Does that make sense? So when we find a fossil, if we're trying to figure out if it's the same species as a previously discovered fossil, you can't test that by asking whether or not they can interbreed. We can't do that. You know, no way of testing it. So we need a different species concept. We need like a different kind of paradigm.
Does exist.
Go Thrush, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, we need a different kind of schema for figuring that out. You know?
Sometimes you get unbelievably lucky and two specimens are preserved while they're mating, but that's way too rare to be definitive about which animals mated with which other ones.
That's only ever happened like a handful of times when you find two species in the process of... Well, when you find two skeletons that they died while they were mating. It almost never happens. So whether or not they can interbreed is not a good test for whether or not, you know, fossil organisms are the same species.
That's why paleontologists usually use morphology, or the physical characteristics of a creature, to classify it.
So we'll look at a skeleton of, you know, compare some dinosaurs here. Tyrannosaurus and Tarbosaurus, for instance. Two very, very similar tyrannosaurs. Two very closely related tyrannosaurs, probably. But there are distinctive differences between them. Tarbosaurus has got a much narrower skull from side to side, like you see up top. Tyrannosaurus has got a much bulkier, wider, stouter skull like that. So we can tell that these are different species. They also lived in different places. Tyrannosaurus in North America, Tarbosaurus in Asia. But morphology is what we use to figure out whether or not two different fossil individuals are the same species or not. And it gets tricky because sometimes you've got weird individual variations. You've got variation due to age and level of maturity, what we call ontogeny. Like, all of these things work to complicate it significantly.
And there's the issue of hybrids, where creatures that should be part of separate species mate. When two species hybridize, there are a number of things that can happen. Often, even if they produce offspring, the offspring are sterile. That's what happens when you cross a female horse and a male donkey, for example. The offspring are mules, and mules can't breed. But sometimes, two species can produce fertile offspring, and biologists have found that animal species hybridize way more often than we used to think. If the offspring go on to mate with their parental species, it's called introgression. It provides a means for gene flow between two species, meaning their gene pools aren't totally isolated. So, does that mean that you have to revoke their status as separate species? Scientists haven't settled that question yet, but some think the barriers between species are much leakier than the biological species concept allows. Sometimes this leakiness can lead to two groups being classified as subspecies within a single species. Subspecies give you a little wiggle room. Sometimes organisms overlap geographically and can share genes. In cases like these, subspecies means we know that they can share genes. It's just that they usually don't. Then there are ring species. In California, for example, there's a species of salamander that lives in overlapping populations of subspecies on either side of the San Joaquin Valley in a big elongated ring. Those subspecies can all interbreed except for two. At the southern part of the ring, two subspecies can't interbreed. So, according to the BSC, those two subspecies should actually be separate species. But even though they can't interbreed, genes can still flow between them through the other subspecies. Where does that put them? You can't answer that question with the BSC. So having a hard and fast definition of species that you can test and demonstrate is useful, like in conservation when you're looking to protect a species and its habitat, but the biological species concept isn't an absolute rule that scientists are bound to. It's a tool, and scientists try to select the best tool for the job. That might be the BSC, and it might not. It depends on what you're studying. Thanks for watching this episode of Sci.
Anyway, good stuff. I will give you a link to the video. The point is, like Lenina was saying, biology is messy. There are gray areas, there are in-betweens, there are spectra like that. We as human beings like to take stuff and put it into neat little boxes, to classify it, to say this is this and that is that. But nature doesn't like to play by those rules. There's a lot of kind of subjectivity in there. Loosey-goosey gray areas, and ultimately that's one of the important things that Alfred Russel Wallace helped discover, which we'll be talking about today. And official Curly, basically, yeah. Anyhow. Today, we're talking about this guy. It happens to be his 202nd birthday, as of today. Alfred Russel Wallace, sometimes called the father of biogeography, one of the founding figures in the field of biology. Really important guy. Along with old Chucky D, Charles Darwin, he co-discovered evolution, although he often gets forgotten, Alfred Russel Wallace. I'm willing to guess that a big percentage of our chat has probably never heard of Alfred Russel Wallace. You've heard of Charles Darwin, but not Alfred Russel Wallace. Why is that? We'll be talking about it. Here's maybe a nice way to kind of introduce him. Natural History Museum in London. I guess there's no narration, so I'll read it. Alfred Russel Wallace was a man of many talents. One of his greatest admirers is Bill Bailey. This guy is a comedian from England, if I remember correctly.
I'm a huge admirer of Wallace for many reasons. He was a great explorer. He had a tremendous sense of adventure. He was perhaps the greatest tropical biologist of Victorian times, and probably the greatest collector of natural history specimens ever. Like Wallace, I have a particular fascination with birds, and these are some of the birds he would have seen on his travels. This is Jacob, that's Poppy over there.
There's Dippy right there, the famous Diplodocus specimen. I happen to have Dippy's skull right over here. There she is. This is my 3D print of Dippy's skull. Says Dr. Hupp says, I've been to the Natural History Museum in London. Well, you've probably seen Dippy then. She's one of the star attractions there at the NHM.
I see you again.
Yeah, and you.
So here we have a selection of Wallace's insect specimens. Wow. Evolutionary biogeography is the study of the distribution of plants and animals across the world.
So that, again, that term is evolutionary biogeography. Biogeography is where you've got different living things, according to their geography around the world. Evolutionary biogeography is kind of thinking about that in the context of evolution. How did these things get into different areas? Where did they come from? Who did they evolve from? Alfred Russel Wallace basically kind of established that field, evolutionary biogeography.
And it's very important because it provides key evidence that evolutionary change has taken place. Wallace is regarded as a father.
Oh, and this is one of the critters that he described, which is a special gliding frog. And we happen to have that right here in our background today. Pretty neat, right?
Of the field because he made such important contributions to its early development.
So key to Wallace's discoveries were his training as a land surveyor. He was a brilliant map maker.
This one here, this is when he was in the Amazon.
Yeah.
This would have been, what, the 1850s or something?
Yeah, about 1850. He went up and down the Rio Negro and was actually the first person to draw an accurate map of the river using his surveying skills.
Every little inlet in the river is marked. It's incredible that he was able to make these detailed observations in these parts of the world because, I mean, really, these are really quite difficult and challenging places to stay healthy.
Absolutely. There was no sort of hospital nearby. He had to treat himself where he could. Medicine wasn't very advanced in those days and almost lost his life on several occasions. And when he was on the Amazon, you know, he accidentally blew off part of his hand with a loaded gun. Those were sort of
he wasn't blessed with the best luck, really, was he? You know.
No, it's wonder he survived.
That's an understatement, yeah. Holy cow. The story of Alfred Russel Wallace's life is filled with turmoil and travails. There were many times when he nearly died while out in the field. Yeah. So Wallace's discoveries in the Amazon provided a vital clue as to how different species evolve. Play.
So we have two of the specimens of tamarin monkeys that Wallace studied on the Rio Negro. This bicolored species he found only on the northern bank of the Amazon River, whereas this black species is only found on the south bank of the Amazon. So here we have two animal species which seem to be sort of stopped by a barrier, which is the Amazon River.
So, two creatures that surely they used to be the same population, and then a geographic barrier comes between them. They can no longer interbreed. That population is cut in half, and it slowly becomes two different species. Wallace helped discover that this was a thing, you know? And I want to emphasize that at the time, you know, during the Victorian era in England, everybody assumed that species, of course, they don't change. They're divine creations of God. They can't change. Of course not. The very idea is heresy. But Wallace was able to kind of see evidence of those changes in the real world, you know? He went out there IRL to the Amazon, to Borneo, to places like this. He did fieldwork. He observed animals in their natural habitat, animals and plants. And the things that he saw kind of changed his mind about that. He's like, shoot, it does seem like species can change over time. There are weird in-betweens and gray areas, and there's this wonderful complexity to nature. It's not neat and tidy in little boxes like everybody assumed. Things change. They evolve. Wallace went on to discover an even more profound natural division between animal species, the Wallace line. Yes, and we actually have this on our wall right here. That is the Wallace line along the Malay archipelago.
Wallace was on his way from Singapore to the Aru Islands, where he hoped to find birds of paradise. And he crossed the gap of sea between Bali and Lombok, which is only 25 miles across. When he got to Lombok, he was astonished because the birds on Lombok were completely different to those on Bali. He realized he had crossed some sort of natural barrier, some invisible dividing line.
So it really was like this mysterious, invisible border. You've got this whole string of islands that goes between mainland Asia and Australia. And at one seemingly arbitrary spot, the critters are totally different on either side. There's a whole bunch of different islands, but, you know, the creatures are similar up until a certain point, and then they get completely different, just like that. Why? You know? Why?
And this invisible line between the two islands is now known as the Wallace line.
Yep. So we'll be talking about why that is with another video right after this. But I want you to think about that. Why would there be this weird invisible line where the creatures are different on either side of it? Almost drawn in an arbitrary spot, you know? And a whole chain of islands. Between two of the islands, you just get this abrupt wall, basically. Aliens. It's not aliens. It's cooler than that because it's real. We'll get to it.
A selection of bird specimens that Wallace actually collected. These birds are from the eastern side of the Wallace line. Right. We got birds of paradise. Yeah, you'll probably recognize these two.
Yes, I know. These are two of our pets. And this is a sulphur-crested, and this is a palm cockatoo. Ours are looking a bit livelier.
And over here, we have groups of birds which are on the Asian side of the Wallace line to the west.
So these are barbets and...
Yep, barbets and a woodpecker.
Yeah.
So these species are Asian birds. Those species are Australasian birds.
Right.
It's not only the birds that differ between the different sides of the line, but also things like the mammals. So on the Asian side, you have things like tigers, elephants, etc. Whereas on the other side, the Australasian side, it's mainly marsupials. Kangaroos, wallabies, etc., and also things like the duck-billed platypus.
So that's
interesting. On the Asian side, the animals look more like the ones in mainland Asia. And then you've got marsupials, like you've got down in Australia, on the, Australian side of the line. Interesting. And again, this is not a huge distance here. This is It's like 25 miles. You know, it's probably a little bit bigger maybe than the English Channel. The English Channel is what, like 10 miles or something? I don't know, I forget. But it's, you know, it's not like we're talking about crossing an entire ocean. Like, you can actually see from one side to the other on a clear day. You know? Wait, the English Channel is 22 miles? You're kidding me. Huh. Well, shoot. Okay, it's about the same distance. Yeah.
That's this natural barrier which Wallace observed when he made the crossing.
Wallace went on to study distributions of animals on a global scale.
This incredible map, it shows the world divided up into different regions, and these are called Wallace's realms. Within each region, the animals are more similar to each other than they are between regions. We now know that it is because these animals have been isolated in the past and so have a different evolutionary history.
Ooh, astroliths might have the right idea
recently
here. We'll talk about it.
That scientists have replotted the map and found basically that it corresponds extremely well to Wallace's original map.
So actually, his view of the world at that time stands up pretty well today.
Yep, it's remarkable.
Yeah, Wallace's unique combination of skills paved the way for understanding the distribution of animals around the world. And there's his portrait there, at the Natural History Museum in London, when he was an old man. He did most of his work, like Chucky D, when he was younger. His most important work was done while he was a young man. It's the case with a lot of scientists. Yeah. Let's talk about the invisible barrier keeping two worlds apart, the Wallace line. Let's talk about what we know about it, how we figured this out, and what insight it was that Wallace had.
In between two of the islands of Indonesia, there's an ancient line that is both real and not real. You can't see it, but it's there all the same. If you stood on the coast of Bali and looked east to the shores of Lombok, you'd be staring right at the line's narrowest point, a 32-kilometer stretch of water that seems pretty unassuming. This invisible barrier weaves its way through the entire Malay archipelago.
So look at that. It even curves. Like, this is not... If you were to try and draw a line in between here, like, you probably wouldn't pick that route. It almost seems arbitrary, but it turns out to be really, really important.
Largest collection of islands on the planet. See, on the western side, the animal life is characteristic of Asia, featuring rhinos, elephants, tigers, and woodpeckers, to name a few. But cross the line, and things suddenly change. You won't find those same species on the eastern side. Instead, the islands have a totally different cast of ecological characters, including marsupials, Komodo dragons, cockatoos, and honeyeater.
So interesting stuff. But yeah. Let's see. And Dinosaur Dave, oh boy. I'll look into that later, shoot. But,
This is what scientists call a biogeographic boundary, the meeting point of two regions of biodiversity that are highly distinct. And this particular line, called the Wallace Line, is perhaps the sharpest and most iconic of all. So how did this invisible line come to be? Why does it shape the distribution of so many species? How did we figure out the path it takes? And how could it be both real and imaginary?
How indeed.
The Wallace Line was first sketched out in 1859 by a guy named, wait for it, Wallace.
Alfred Russel Wallace,
to be exact.
Yes, indeed.
A British naturalist who you might have also heard of as the co-discoverer of natural selection. That
Bingo.
concept came to Wallace in a literal fever dream as he lay bedridden with malaria during part of his 8-year trip around the Malay archipelago.
That's actually a really, really interesting, almost like cinematic episode in his life. And if we get to another video about this, kind of a dramatic reconstruction, a dramatic reenactment of the life and work of Alfred Russel Wallace, you'll see that scene. It's dramatic.
And while it ended up being overshadowed by Darwin on that front, the second best idea he had on that trip was the existence of the Wallace Line. I mean, you know, two good ideas in one trip. This idea helped to forever establish him as the father of biogeography, the study of the distribution of living things. He had spent his voyage observing and collecting as many species as he could, hopping from island to island across almost the entire archipelago. And it was as he moved east from Bali to Lombok that he first noticed something intriguing. Even though the islands were separated only by a narrow strait, the change in animal life wasn't gradual and subtle. It was sudden and distinct. Wallace saw the differences in animal life between the two as being even more striking than between England and Japan. It was birds that initially caught his attention. Certain species that were plentiful on Java and Bali, like the yellow-headed weaver, coppersmith barbet, and the Javanese three-toed woodpecker, didn't exist at all on Lombok. And this abrupt shift extended to mammals and even many insects too. Almost as if an invisible barrier was separating two different worlds.
Interesting.
But why and how? The biogeographic line that he drew, which others would tweak in later years, didn't just reflect the proximity of the islands. In fact, some islands on opposing sides of the line are closer to each other than many islands on the same sides are to one another.
Yeah,
So
that makes
Wallace
sense.
realized that other more mysterious forces must be in play, like, say, geology. He recognized that the geological past shapes the biological present. And because the distribution of living species today partly reflects ancient geological events, he saw biogeography as a way to uncover epic chapters of the planet's history that might otherwise have been unknowable.
That's why we're talking about him today on a channel called Paleontologizing. Why is this guy important to paleontologists? Well, because he's talking about modern living things as being a product of their past. This is kind of revolutionary in its day. This is kind of a new idea. It's like, oh shoot, species do have a long and storied past, and that affects what they look like today, where they live, their ecology, everything else.
These concepts are easy to take for granted today. We talk about them all the time here on Eons. But they were still fairly new ideas in Wallace's day. And by taking this perspective, he concluded that the Western Islands must have once all been connected to each other and to the Asian mainland. While today they're surrounded by shallow seas, this is only the result of a geologically recent rise in sea levels.
So it used to be sea levels were lower, and mainland Asia was connected to these islands over here, Borneo and these other like Indonesian islands. It's only recently that they've become separated. As sea levels rose, they went from peninsulas to islands.
How else could the big animals of that side, like tigers and rhinos and tapirs, have ended up on the islands? Because they're now separated by expanses of water that are way too wide for those species to cross. He had a similar thought about how the islands east of Java and Borneo had formed.
Hey, sweetie pie.
At least some of them were the remnants of a former Australian continent. Wallace had a hunch that, throughout all of that change, deeper waters with strong currents between the two regions must have prevented many species from crossing from continent to continent when sea levels were lower. And this is still preventing many species from crossing today when sea levels are higher and the continents are fragmented into neighboring groups of islands. Even many flying bird and insect species obey the line, ones that aren't capable of crossing those stretches of open ocean. Wallace had pulled together many pieces of the puzzle, but he and other scientists at the time were missing one key idea to complete the picture: plate tectonics. The surface of the planet is not static, of course, it's dynamic. It's made up of individual large sections or plates that move and collide over vast stretches of geologic time. It's yet another concept that's easy for us to take for granted, but which is actually a relatively recent addition to our understanding of the world. In fact, plate tectonics only became widely accepted in the late 1960s, more than half a century after Wallace's death, and also around the time when I was born, which means I'm as old as plate tectonics. We now know that plate tectonics shapes our planet.
I mean, kind of. Well, that's the concept, maybe, sort of. Sweetie pie, my goodness, how are you doing?
In many ways, including forming and deforming continents, raising up island chains, and building mountain ranges. And studies have shown the Malay Archipelago to be one of the most complex tectonic regions in the world, a meeting point of multiple plates all jostling for space. And this is responsible for not only the area's many volcanoes and frequent seismic activity, but also the peculiar contrasts of its animal life. Because by the 1980s, scientists were able to say with confidence that the Wallace Line is, at its core, a result of plate tectonics. Wallace had correctly identified that two former continuous landmasses had existed on either side of this line in the deep past. Today we know them as the paleocontinents of Sunda in the west and Sahul in the east, both of which existed during the ice ages when more water was locked up in ice and sea levels were lower.
So this is a thing that we see all over the world, is during the last ice ages, sea levels were significantly lower than they are today because so much of that water is taken out of the oceans, frozen in ice at the poles. For instance, in here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area, where Sweetie Pie and I live, we've got San Francisco Bay here right now. It didn't exist during the Ice Age. This would have been a kind of deep-cut river valley underneath us. It's like V-shaped valley like this with this huge river flowing out to the sea. The ocean was like 20 or 30 miles in that direction. I think I can show you that. Let's see. There we go.
The Bay Area is very similar to what we have today. Warm, dry summers and cool, wet winters. But further north, it's freezing. And that's affecting the whole planet. Ocean waters are trapped in the massive polar ice sheets, causing the sea level to drop hundreds of feet.
So there we go. This is like I was talking about. This is present-day Marin and San Francisco. So this is the Golden Gate Strait. But back then, the coastline was way out here. Sea levels were significantly lower because a lot of that water was locked up in ice.
This exposes a broad expanse along our coastline Parkman calls the Farallon Plain.
Yep.
So if we were here 20,000 years ago, you wouldn't hear the waves hitting the shore because the beach was 12 miles further out.
12 miles
Instead of
further
looking at the ocean, you'd be looking at a broad, expansive plain covered with grass and sedges and some trees, but just teeming with life, absolutely teeming with life.
So that's the same reason why here you've got the Wallace Line, because that happens to be a particularly deep spot in the ocean right there. And so that wasn't dry land at the time. When this area was dry land, like, you know, northern Australia up into, was this New Guinea up here? Then Sunda over here, this is all connected to mainland Asia because sea levels were a lot lower. Does that make sense? Is this making sense to you? And Colin Mungo, very funny. Hey, welcome to Paleontologizing. And thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. It's good to have you here. And are we still at the end of this ice age, technically, says Marika? We may have kind of broken that system. There might not be any more ice ages due to Milankovitch cycles, at least for the near geological future. The way that we warmed up our planet, we may have like just kind of broken that. We'll see. Jakub, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Wallace didn't know it, but while they're pretty close now, the two partly sunken continents used to be much, much further apart. The Sahul continent of the eastern side of the line encompassed Australia, Tasmania, New Guinea, and the Aru Islands. And it only approached the Asian Sunda continental shelf in the west around 20 to 25 million years ago in the late Oligocene or early Miocene epoch. This was a result of the Australian plate slowly drifting north over tens of millions of years after breaking away from Antarctica in the south, bringing
Ariane says climate change. Yes, indeed. I mean, that's something that we've observed happening throughout the history of our planet. The climate is always changing, usually very, very slowly. But occasionally something kicks that change into high gear, whether it's massive volcanic eruptions like happened at the end of the Permian period, whether it's North America and South America connecting at the Isthmus of Panama and changing the ocean currents. That changed global climate as well, caused things to become a lot colder and drier, especially in North America, led to basically the creation of the grasslands, the prairies of North America, as I understand it. And shoot, if you do other things to kind of throw everything off kilter, like throw a ton of carbon dioxide up into the atmosphere, like we've done over the past 200 years as human beings, you can also mess with the climate, which is what we're currently seeing right now.
Drifting north over tens of millions of years after breaking away from Antarctica in the south, bringing its distinct...
And Kettle Cook says, do we know what caused the warming back in the Ice Age? We do. There's these things called Milankovitch cycles. So the Earth... Here. It's pretty well understood how this works. See if I can find you a video. Earth isn't straight up and down as it spins on its axis. It's tilted. There we go. Milankovitch cycles. Okay, so cool. So the Earth is tilted at about a 23.5 degree angle as it orbits the sun. So it doesn't spin straight up and down. It's kind of in an angle like this. Like you see here. And so as it goes around the sun like that, sometimes that the angle of its tilt kind of wobbles a little bit. This is the reason why we have seasons in the first place, is if you're in the northern hemisphere and it's winter time, that means that you're angled away from the sun. And it gets colder because the sun's rays are bearing down on you more obliquely. They're not as direct, so it doesn't heat the surface as much. Whereas in the southern hemisphere, that's why it's summer, is the rays of the sun are hitting more directly. So this would be southern hemisphere. If we're looking at this picture right here, this is northern hemisphere summer, because the rays of the sun are hitting more directly. Southern hemisphere winter. It's more oblique, less direct. During Milankovitch cycles, the tilt changes a little bit, so those seasons become even more pronounced. So winters become much colder, and the summers are also colder too, and you can get an ice age. Does that make sense? Yeah. Here we go.
Over Earth's long history, there have been dramatic changes to our climate.
Yep.
The ice ages have come and gone. And what's surprising is that there's a strong pattern that explains why ice ages happen when they do.
Yep.
This is called the Milankovitch cycle.
Yeah.
Named after Milutin Milankovitch, his theory explains how the Earth's climate changes over hundreds of thousands of years. His theory is based on two key ideas. First, the Earth's climate is strongly affected by how much sunlight the northern latitudes receive during the summer.
Like we were talking about.
Second,
with the angle of
this
the sun.
amount of sunlight varies based on changes in the Earth's orbit and rotation.
Yep.
Why are the northern latitudes so important? It's because of ice.
Yep.
When sunlight hits the ground, most of the energy is absorbed as heat. But if the ground is covered in ice, most
Get
of
a
the
high
light
albedo,
reflects away
and most of it
because
reflects.
ice is white. This creates a positive feedback loop. Ice forms when it's cold, but ice also reflects light, making it colder, which forms more ice.
Yep.
So ice is really important for climate. The northern and southern hemispheres both contain lots of ice, but there's more ice in the north because there's more land. Land has a lower heat capacity than water, which means that water just...
Anyway, I'm not going to go over this whole thing right now, but if you want to watch the rest of it, here's a link right there. But yeah, we understand pretty well what causes ice ages. We may have pushed that, greenhouse conditions on Earth may negate Milankovitch cycles in the future, if we're not careful. Anyhow, this is something that happens over tens of thousands of years, by the way. Going into and out of ice ages. It's, from our perspective as human beings living our day-to-day lives, that seems like a really slow process. But from the perspective of a paleontologist, it's really quick. And what we're doing right now to warm our atmosphere as human beings by throwing up just ungodly amounts of CO2 and methane and other greenhouse gases, we're changing the climate of our planet like that. Just in the geological blink of an eye. Over just a couple hundred years rather than tens of thousands. So that's why it's so alarming. And that's why people like paleontologists, climatologists, ecologists, geologists, that's why we're collectively so alarmed by what we observe about how our planet is warming. We as human beings are the ones who are doing that. So yeah, does that make sense? Okay. Yeah. Worked when we messed up. Very funny, Colin. I know you're joking, but it's really alarming the number of people who say that with a straight face. Not the Venus thing, but like, oh, you know, we can wreck the Earth. We'll just go to Mars, you know? Like, do not understand anything. It's so distressing to hear people say that. Anywho, let's get back to the Wallace line. Let's finish out this video, and we'll continue with Alfred Russel Wallace.
North over tens of millions of years after breaking away from Antarctica in the south, bringing its distinctive community of birds, reptiles, and marsupials with it. So even though the species of each side are neighbors now, they've been evolving separately for eons. Their two worlds only colliding fairly recently in evolutionary terms. And in between them, immediately east of the line, a complex force of plate tectonics created a chain of new islands in an area of the archipelago that's now called Wallacea. These oceanic islands differ from the
Wallacea is named after Alfred Russel Wallace, by the way.
The
Speed
search for
McBean.
dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Succeeded with their three
It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome. We're talking about this guy today. Oh, yeah, a starling. A droid starling. M. Oculus, thank you for the 21 months. I appreciate you. Thanks for keeping me here on the air for that long. Thank you. We're talking about Alfred Russel Wallace today, co-discoverer of natural selection, along with the much more famous Charles Darwin. Alfred Russel Wallace was born on this very day in 1823, making this his 202nd birthday. And we're celebrating his life and his discoveries today. So let's finish this video on the Wallace line.
Continental islands that flank them, in that they were never connected to either of the greater landmasses. They were ecological blank slates, waiting to be filled in with whatever creatures could make it there. And those ended up being mostly species from the Australian side, seeing as the Wallace line acted as a barrier to Asian species moving east. Take, for instance, the Komodo dragon, a giant monitor lizard that today lives on a handful of islands in eastern Indonesia. Their fossils first appear in mainland Australia more than 3 million years ago in the Pliocene epoch, only reaching their current Indonesian island home in the Wallacea region around 1 million years ago. And even now, the deep waters with strong currents that weave between the two regions, including the strait between Lombok and Bali, still limit the dispersal of many species across the line, keeping the differences in their evolutionary history so strikingly visible. This is what created the stark contrast bisecting the jumble of islands that Wallace first sketched out in 1859, and that still fascinates biogeographers today. Wallace's invisible line may not be real in a physical sense, but it shows just how loudly ancient geological events can echo through time, and how they shape the diversity and distribution of life in strange and contrasting ways. And while Darwin might get virtually all the credit as the guy who figured out how species came to be, Wallace is still recognized as a pioneer in figuring out how species came to be where they are.
Yeah. Very cool stuff. Here's a link to that video right here. Excellent. And holy cow, Mark Melvin, thank you for those 10 gift subs there. I bet you at some point Alfred Russel Wallace would have seen some tinamou birds. They tend to be pretty common in South America, as I understand it. This one is very excited about your generosity. There are 10 gift subs from Mark Melvin. Oh, shoot.
Mark Melbourne is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you for that.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
I appreciate it. And thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits. Lovely. Good stuff. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, Mark. There's 10 people in the chat who won't have to worry about any ads for the next month. I'm going to be in North Dakota, streaming from there before they have to see any ads. I'll actually be home from North Dakota at that point next month. Very excited about that. Again, if anybody missed that announcement earlier, I'm gonna be visiting the
world's first armored tank, you might say. That trunk is
Thank you,
completely
Cloudfall,
covered
for the
with
follow.
thin, bony plates.
Welcome, welcome. Where did that go? Yeah, I'm gonna be visiting the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. And I made this video. Here's my old mentor Denver Fowler here. We shot and I edited this video before we left for the field in 2017.
Hello, I'm Denver Fowler. I'm the curator here at Dickinson Dinosaur Museum, standing next to some of the new displays I'm putting together. In a few days' time, we're going to be heading out back into the field in Montana to collect some new dinosaurs to put on display here eventually. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we hope to achieve this summer. So you might have heard me talk a little bit in the past about a dinosaur called Lucky J. This is something we collected last year. We collected some parts of it. So this is a part of Lucky J. This is the edge of the frill. It's a bit like a Triceratops, and it's got a big frill behind its head, and this is the edge here. We've got more pieces of this. We've got quite a few pieces of the skull already. And this is from a dinosaur species called Centrosaurus. So I have a picture of Centrosaurus in this book here. So here is Centrosaurus. It's a bit like a Triceratops, but it would have been about half the size. And this is quite unusual because Centrosaurus is usually found in Alberta, in Canada.
I'll be doing some streams, hopefully with Denver. It'd be nice if we could sit down and just kind of do like Q&A. Denver and Danny, that'd be a lot of fun. So, what do you think? Would that be neat? Denver, super interesting guy, really, really entertaining on camera once he comes out of his shell a little bit. If you like that idea, give me a 4 in the chat so we can just kind of gauge interest. And I can try and sell that idea to Denver because, yeah. So Sloppy Salamander actually took a class from Denver and Liz, so she knows Denver really well. Yeah, okay, cool. I'll see if I can convince Denver to sit down with me and we'll just do a stream like that. Just answering questions, talking about his work, all that good stuff. Yeah.
You need to take some of your own advice.
Heptacular Raptor.
Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week? And that nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs?
Oh boy.
Don't give up on life, sir. Wow.
Heptacular Raptor, thank you
All Paleo YES
for
move.
the 27
Paleo
months of
YES
support.
move.
I really
Paleo
appreciate
YES
that.
move.
Heptacular, I'm grateful for your continued support. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anywho, yeah, I'll be out there in North Dakota in less than a month. Denver and I are gonna finish up a paper that we've been working on for a number of years. We'll get that submitted for publication, and I'll do some streams from the museum there. We might even see if we can run a fundraiser or something to help support their field program. This was our second year of field work, was 2017, when we went out there. And
half of our summer, we're going to go back out into Montana, and we're going to look at the site where we collected these armor plates and see if there's any more of them preserved at that site. Very exciting indeed, because I think there's a very good chance we can get a decent part of a skeleton from there. And if we do that, it's from a horizon that no one has ever found an ankylosaur before. So it could be a new species.
It probably is a new species, yes. Anyway, that was the one that we... Yeah, that was this news report here.
North of Rudyard to paleontologists for the past 35 years. One section of their land has produced more than a dozen dinosaur skeletons. MTN's Josh Mitty takes us to their latest dig.
Yep.
We're at Kennedy Coulee, about 26 miles directly north of Rudyard and 2.5 miles south of the Canadian border, where 5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
Yep.
Weeks ago to see what they could dig up.
We didn't know before we started digging how complete this dinosaur was going to be.
Well, we got the
We
skull.
found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
You can see the bottom.
Yeah, very exciting. Here's Liz
of it
explaining.
down here.
Tibia right
The
here.
mid shaft is quite nice and solid here, and then it widens out to the joint.
Paleontologists say this armored
Again, I didn't know that a news crew was showing up that day. I didn't have a proper sketchbook or pencils or anything like that. So Denver's like, Danny, take out that journal and draw us a noticeaur real quick. And I'm like, okay, shoot. I don't have a reference or anything. I've got a fountain pen. So I drew this.
dinosaur skeleton is 79 million years old, and that skeletons of dinosaurs from this unique time period keep popping up.
Over the last 10 or so years that I've been digging here, we've found some really great fossils, and many of them are new species because of the exact age of the rocks where we are right now.
A local high school science teacher explored the coulee about 35 years ago and told the Reddings they were sitting on a dinosaur boneyard. So, the Reddings invited top paleontologists to their property and discovered it was one of the best fossil sites in the world.
Yeah, so that's the sketch. It should really look something like this.
Glue
show you an actual, like, better reconstruction. More like that. Yeah, in fact, that's almost the same pose. I guess if you're gonna put a nodosaur into an interesting pose, that's one of the ways you can do it. So yeah, that's a beautiful reconstruction. One of the best I've ever seen of a nodosaur. And here's mine. Yeah. There's a good one there, too. Interesting pose there. Shoulder spikes. And there's one. Denversaurus next to a Tyrannosaurus skeleton. I think that's Stan next to it. Might not be Stan. That might be that other one where it's missing the end of the tail. I'm not sure. Anywho. Yeah. Denversaurus. Edmontonia is also a close relative of the one that we were digging up, but almost certainly a new species. Anyway, let's get back to Alfred Russel Wallace here. Take a look at this. Here we go.
The name Alfred Russel Wallace probably doesn't mean much to you, but it really should. If you've heard of Charles Darwin, then you should also know Alfred Wallace, because really the two sort of did the same thing. There was a point when Darwin's famous theory of evolution was referred to as the Darwin-Wallace theory of evolution. However, the latter's contributions slowly but surely began to fade away from the public consciousness in a fitting example of publish or perish. Alfred Russel Wallace was one of the most notable scientists of the 19th century, and he was more than just a naturalist. He studied geography, anthropology, ecology, and even astrobiology. And to top it all off, he was an autodidact. He was self-taught, more out of necessity than desire, because he didn't come from money and couldn't afford a good education.
So Alfred Russel Wallace was very much a working class guy. He needed to work to support himself. He didn't have time like, you know, he didn't have the luxury like Darwin did of just kind of sitting around and thinking about stuff all day. He was a working guy, which kind of makes his discoveries in his fieldwork all the more remarkable.
Today, Alfred Russel receives some of the recognition he richly deserves as we take a look at the life and the career of one of the luminaries of natural history. Alfred Russel Wallace was born on January the 8th, 1823 at Kensington Cottage near the town of Usk, Monmouthshire, which is in Wales today, but back then was located in more of a grey area that some considered part of Wales and others considered a part of England. This might sound inconsequential to us, but some people have argued that this would make Wallace Welsh, while others believe that he was English.
So yeah, it's interesting how like he's from this borderlands region and his legacy is kind of fought over by people from either side of that kind of hazy border.
Including Wallace himself, who always referred to himself as an Englishman. He was the 8th of 9 children to Thomas Vere Wallace and Mary Ann Grenell. His mother was English, while his father was Scottish and claimed to be a descendant of the famed William Wallace, although this was never attested conclusively. Speaking of him, we do have a video all about William Wallace. If you want to check that out, I'll put a link below. But back to Alfred. When he was young, his family moved around due to money troubles that would plague Wallace for most of his life. Before he was born, his parents lived in London, but relocated to Monmouthshire to lower their cost of living. Thomas Wallace had a law degree, but for some reason never went into practice. Instead, he relied on an inheritance for the first half of his adult life, and when that ran out, he attempted various business ventures that usually proved unsuccessful and left his family worse off than it was at the start. When Wallace was 5, his parents once again set off for greener and cheaper pastures and relocated to Hertford. Young Alfred enrolled at Richard Hale's grammar school, where he received the only formal education of his life. Wallace never went to college because he never had the money, but this did not stop him from becoming a first-class naturalist and explorer. When Alfred was a teenager in 1837, his family's financial situation went from bad to worse after his father basically lost everything in a swindle. They could not afford to keep Alfred in school anymore, so instead they sent him to London to live with his older brother John, who had found an apprenticeship as a carpenter. Alfred only stayed there for a few months, though, before leaving the capital and moving in with another of his brothers, William, who could take him on as an apprentice land surveyor. The two Wallace brothers worked as surveyors for 6 years until business slowed down so much that Alfred once again had to find new employment.
But yeah, it was, like we talked about earlier, those skills that he learned as a surveyor would be one of his greatest advantages later on in life. He put those skills to good use, not just making maps, but also organizing his thoughts about biogeography, too. We wouldn't have the Wallace line if it weren't for Wallace's early training as a surveyor.
In 1844, he managed to parlay his experience into a teaching position at the collegiate school in Leicester, where he taught surveying and map-making. This proved to be a crucial moment for Wallace because he met a man who would have an enormous influence on his life, Henry Walter Bates. At the time, Bates was somewhat of a celebrity.
Oh, and Neverwinter, thank you for the 12 months of support. I appreciate that. Thank you, Neverwinter. Well, holy cow, 12 months is a long time. Thank you for the Prime. Thanks for your ongoing support. It means a lot. It really does.
In the entomology world. He was only 19 years old, but already had a paper on beetles published in the scientific journal.
And HWH Joker, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here.
The zoologist. Bates and Wallace struck up a friendship together, and the former sparked the latter's interest in entomology. Alfred's life took a turn in 1845 when his brother William died suddenly. He left his teaching position in Leicester and went to Neath, where William's surveying company was located, and assumed control of the business. During these years, Wallace's interest in the natural world increased greatly. He corresponded frequently with Bates and had become an insect collector himself. It was at this time that he first expressed an interest in evolution and wrote a letter to Bates from 1847 that he grew dissatisfied with the local selection of bugs and that he would like to take one family of insects and study it thoroughly with a view to the theory of the origin of species.
This is remarkable that early on, he was already trying to tackle this question, you know?
His passion was aided by his new job. Being a surveyor meant that he would take long walks through the British countryside where he could explore at his leisure. What he didn't like, though, was all the paperwork and the fee collection and all the other bureaucratic responsibilities that came with the job.
I can relate to
Wallace
that.
read up on the travels of naturalists who came before him, such as Alexander von Humboldt or Ida Pfeiffer, or more relevant to us today, Charles Darwin, who published The Voyage of the Beagle a few years prior. Wallace realized that the only way for him to join their ranks was to travel to mysterious faraway lands and see for himself what sights the natural world had to offer. His idea was met with great enthusiasm by Henry Bates, who became his traveling companion. The two concluded that they could fund their trip by selling specimens of insects and other animals that they found to British museums and private collectors. So, in April of 1848, the young duo set off from Liverpool to the Amazon rainforest.
Yeah. And that might be a good place to leave this for the moment while we move on to a different video. There we go. Yeah. Tragedy struck on the way back from that trip to the Amazon. We'll talk about that here. This video is called The Making of a Theory, Darwin, Wallace, and Natural Selection. August 6th, 1852, on the way back from the Amazon.
After 4 arduous years of collecting animals in the Amazon jungle, Alfred Russel Wallace is finally heading back to England.
I mean, think about that for a second. This guy managed to get himself on a vessel to South America. He might as well have been going to the moon or something at that point. Like, it was that remote, that difficult to get to from England. He does not come from money. He has hardly any formal education to speak of at all. But he managed to get himself there and to collect all of these magnificent specimens. And he's on his way back. He must feel triumphant at this point. You know, because he thinks of himself as a nobody. He's been able to go out there and discover a bunch of new species. Yeah, this is heartbreaking, Golganek. Yeah, it really is.
Sailing with him are the rewards of a long journey. Thousands of specimens he will sell to museums and collectors. Exhausted from his travels, Wallace is looking forward to the comforts of home.
I'm afraid the ship's on fire.
Every one of Wallace's specimens is destroyed. His hard-earned records of which animals live where in South America are also lost. These notes contain clues to the question that Wallace risked so much to answer. It was the greatest scientific mystery of his time. Where do species come from? But now Wallace's thoughts must turn to a more urgent concern: survival. His hands are burned raw from sliding down a rope. His lifeboat is leaking badly. The castaways have little food or water and are 700 miles from the nearest shore.
He could have died right then and there.
That if he survives, he will never sail again.
This is the story of the search for the origin of species and of the epic adventures of the two explorers who found the answer.
Yep. Excellent video here.
Alfred Wallace might have avoided his predicament had someone else not been keeping a secret.
Yep,
Another
Darwin.
British naturalist had already answered the question of the origin of species years earlier, but he had dared to share his ideas with only a few trusted friends.
Because he was, I mean, love Darwin, but he was kind of a scaredy cat. And it was because of Darwin's high-born status as a member of, minor aristocracy that he was so afraid to share this idea, because he thought people would be outraged. And a lot of people were outraged at the idea that living things change over time, That's why he sat on that idea for, 15 years, something like that?
Charles Darwin set sail on his own voyage 20 years before Wallace's shipwreck.
Yep.
He was an unlikely revolutionary.
And Dr. Irrefutable is absolutely correct. People had been killed for the sorts of ideas Darwin had. It's true. Yeah. And just a few years prior, there had been people who were imprisoned for expressing ideas about natural history in England. People thrown into jail. Yeah. If you're interested in this topic, there's a really excellent book about this that I need to sit down and finish reading. There we go. Impossible Monsters by Michael Taylor. Really, really well written, thoroughly researched, excellent prose, excellent scholarship. Can't recommend it highly enough. Excellent, excellent, excellent book. It kind of chronicles the early study of fossils in Europe, especially in England. And people like Richard Owen and Charles Darwin, and the effects that their ideas had on society. And also the effects of society on their own lives as they're trying to get these ideas out there. Yeah, really kind of in-depth exploration of kind of Victorian society and science's place in it, and the challenges that scientists faced in that society.
20 years before Wallace's shipwreck. He was an unlikely revolutionary. He lived in a time when most scientists believed that each species was specially created by God in its present form and constant, and not somehow the product of natural laws and changeable. At the age of 22, Darwin also believed in special creation.
Everybody
He
did
was
at the
even
time.
planning to become a clergyman.
Pretty much.
But then he got a surprising offer.
Kettle
Let's
cook.
protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Sorry, I've got eating some mixed nuts. Kettle Cook, thank you so much for that pledge of ongoing support. Enjoy the emotes. Enjoy not having to watch any ads. Thank you very, very much for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. I really appreciate it. Genuinely, thank you very much. Welcome to the community.
Darwin jumped at the chance to sail around the world on a British naval vessel, the Beagle.
The offer was more about his pedigree than his resume.
Yeah.
Darwin could be cheerful, upper-class company for the captain. No small task, given that the Beagle's previous captain became despondent and shot himself. The lure for Darwin? He was a passionate amateur naturalist, and now he'd have the chance to see and collect animals, plants, and rocks around the globe.
Early in the voyage, he examined
I know that's not what you meant there, Charlie's Dragon, but yeah, calling Darwin Captain Fitzroy's gentleman friend. It sounds really funny. I know that's not what you were implying, but yeah, literally, a gentleman companion to have aboard the ship. Yeah, gambling, yeah. They literally were, though. Yeah.
And they were roommates.
Oh my God, they were roommates.
Yeah, so Darwin stayed in Fitzroy's cabin. I don't think there was anything romantic going on there, but the way that you typed that Charlie's Dragon was, I don't know, I found that amusing. Yeah. And he was not the assigned naturalist on the beach. No, absolutely, yeah. I think there's a common misperception that Darwin was the ship's naturalist. He was not. That was not his role. Yeah. But yeah. Gentleman companion, yes, that was the term I was looking for. I'm not making fun of what you were saying, Charlie's Dragon. It's just really amusing that those are phrases that might be used as euphemisms for, like, oh yeah, his boyfriend. But yeah. Anyway. I knew it as I was typing. Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't think they were... I don't think there's any reason to think that they were romantically involved, but yeah. Anywho.
And now we'd have the chance to see and collect animals, plants, and rocks around the globe.
There you go, Fate Bender. Yes. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
He examined plankton with his state-of-the-art microscope, an instrument that only the son of a wealthy family could have afforded. Darwin was perplexed. Why was there so much beauty in the middle of the ocean, where no one was around to enjoy it? Why were these forms created for so little apparent purpose?
Like, again, that it might seem obvious today that, like, we were created for a purpose. What are you talking about? But back then, people in Victorian England all kind of assumed that, like, yeah, all this stuff out here, all the animals, all the plants, all the other organisms, yeah, those are made for us, you know? Yeah, you know, God made all that for us to look at, so we would think it's cool. That was the general assumption that people had, and it was held as religious dogma, basically. That, of course, all of that stuff exists for us to look at, or to eat, or to whatever. We laugh at that notion now, but that was literally, like, everyone believed that. That was what all of the people on top of society, the ruling class, they all held that to be true. And of course, they also held that the lower classes were created to serve them, the upper classes, because they were chosen by God to be the upper classes. You know, all of this stuff is all intertwined with religion and socioeconomic class and everything else. But yeah. Yeah. Also slots nicely into colonizing, says Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, God made this for us to own, yes. Of course, for us to exploit. When I used to do fieldwork with Denver, he would sometimes, like, put on this really goofy voice like that, kind of making fun of Victorians and Tories and whatever else. Oh, yes. I'll be taking your land and your daughters. That kind of thing. Just a very... That's the way that people thought back then, though, you know?
Purpose.
Yeah.
But for every moment of joy or discovery, Darwin experienced 100 of suffering.
There you go, Harry, yes.
He was often seasick. Not merely queasy, but desperately, violently ill.
Yeah, old Chucky D was...
His adventure came at a high price.
He was kind of an inside kid in a lot of ways. Like Charles Darwin, he really enjoyed being outside and doing field work and everything, but he wasn't the sort of rugged adventurer that Wallace was in a lot of ways. Lifelong issue, absolutely, Golgan. He always had his contemporaries described him as having a weak stomach. And Charlie's Dragon, that's very much the case, yeah.
Darwin's curiosity was not limited to science. On the coast of Argentina, he sampled a local delicacy. Roast armadillo. He thought it tasted like duck. Not far from this barbecue, Darwin found an interesting fossil. It was a small piece of an extinct creature called Glyptodon.
It's very similar to like a giant armadillo.
It was part of its protective
same
covering. Darwin had seen a similar bony shell on the armadillo he had just eaten.
Yep.
But this fossil came from a giant. The animal he discovered would have been dinner for 1,000.
Or it would have just been a cool animal walking around doing its thing. What does it have to be? Anyway.
Darwin found several more fossils nearby, including ground sloths like this one. They were all enormous compared to living species. Darwin would ponder the geological relationship between the extinct and the living.
Darwin didn't yet understand why fossils of extinct animals turn up where similar animals live today.
Yeah, why indeed? Thousand Smilodons. There you go, Deathsaurus. Okay.
After nearly 4 years at sea, twice as long.
And Mayor Space says, it's a hard life when you have digestive issues and your colleagues make fun of you for it with their weak stomach comments. Yeah. You know, everybody's different. Life is a rich tapestry. Everybody's got pluses and minuses going for them. And yeah, I don't know. I know a lot of people who have digestive issues sometimes, and it's lousy. And I feel for them, you know? Yeah.
As Darwin had signed up for, the beagle arrived in a remote Spanish colony, the Galapagos. It would have been the dream of most any naturalist to explore these islands.
Came him up, Chuck. Is that true, Neverwinter? Really?
But when Darwin arrived, he was...
I think, shoot, what kind of ship was the Beagle, like Hogan is asking? I want to say it's a brig of war or sloop of war? What was it? Cherokee class, 10-gun brig sloop. There we go. Brig sloop of the Royal Navy, more than 100 ships. One of more than 100 ships of this class. So, yeah, I don't know enough about, like, rigged sailing ships and the age of sail and all that, but this would be roughly equivalent today to, like, maybe like a destroyer or a destroyer escort. If we want to try and modernize this terminology. Sort of like this. Yeah. Or a frigate. A frigate is typically smaller than a destroyer, Mirror Man, as I understand it. Brig sloop. Two-masted sloop reappeared in new guise as the brig sloop. So it's got two masts like that. Yeah, maybe it is equivalent to like a frigate. The cruiser class was often used as a cheaper and more economical substitute for frigates. Maybe it's slightly smaller than a frigate, actually. Yeah. Anywho. And Diamond says, I don't know a lot, but here's a comparison off the top of my head. No, that's the thing, is I know just enough about the Age of Sail and about different classes of, like, sailing warships to know that I know hardly anything. I know just enough where I realize there's a million times more information out there that I'm not aware of. So it's enough to be humbled, you know. I know too much to think that I know it all. I know just enough to realize I don't know anything. Yeah. And Rushwing says, now I do learn my ship taxonomy. It's ever-changing throughout the ages, which I think is one of the reasons why it's so interesting. But yeah. Modern uniform definition of a frigate came about only with World War II. That makes sense, Gene-Wen, yeah. Because frigates, a World War II or later frigate is smaller than a destroyer, right? So it might be... I don't know if the U.S. Navy had frigates in World War II. They probably did, and I'm just not aware of it. I wonder how much overlap there is between a frigate and a destroyer escort. Anywho, I don't want to get too tied up in that right now. They did not have frigates, says Dr. Irrefutable. Thank you. So I thought, if I know anything at all about like World War II naval history, it's usually centered around submarine warfare in World War II, especially in the Pacific. That's something that I've always been kind of fascinated by, and occasionally I'll read about it. But I don't. The further removed it is from the submarine war in the Pacific in World War II, the less I know about it, typically. Yeah. And destroyer escorts filled that role. Thank you, Dr. Irrefutable. All right. I feel good that my hunch might be correct. Yeah. And corvette is smaller than a frigate, or destroyer escort, which is smaller than a destroyer, which is smaller than a cruiser. Right, Gene-Wen, which is smaller than a battleship. And then on the other side, you've got... Outside of that, you've got carriers, too. And then you've got escort carriers, which are smaller. Jeep carriers and stuff. Anywho. Let's continue with our video, shall we?
But when Darwin arrived,
there you go, good cheer. That makes sense.
More exhausted than excited.
Anti-submarine warfare, baby destroyers. Yeah.
If hell had a garden, he thought, this is what it would look like.
Dino Dax says, now the question is what is the difference between a boat and a ship? In the U.S. Navy, I think doesn't it come down to the length of the beam? Submarines, however, are kind of an exception to that, because while a submarine is larger than a torpedo boat, it would technically be a ship, because like U.S. fleet carriers in World War II are about 310 feet long. I want to say it's like 200. It's the difference between a boat and a ship. They're still referred to as boats, and that continues to this day. Even the gigantic, like, Ohio-class submarines, just one of which could wipe out human civilization with its complement of nuclear missiles. These things are extremely scary. Even though this is one of the largest ships in the U.S. Navy, it's still called a boat. There's a tradition in the U.S. submarine force where no matter how big the submarine, they still call it a boat, colloquially. You know? Yeah. Subs are boats mostly out of tradition, or because they are torpedo, but there you go, Caravan, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah. It would be really interesting to, like, speak to a naval historian, somebody who knows a lot about the British Navy, the Royal Navy, during the time of Darwin, to talk about the HMS Beagle and kind of tie that in with Darwin's story. That would be really interesting. Maybe one of these days we'll do that. But yeah.
If hell had a garden, he thought, this is what it would look like.
Oh, don't say that about the Galapagos.
The black volcanic rocks felt as if they'd been baked in an oven.
3D
The
print the
plants
beagles in them. That's a
stank.
cool idea, Mayorspace.
He didn't see a single beautiful flower.
Actually, with Darwin Day coming up on February 12th, I wonder if it'd be possible to get a relatively inexpensive model of the HMS Beagle, like from Ravel here. Level 5, that looks complicated. Here, dare I look at the shopping tab? $50. $60. Low price, okay. When would it arrive, though? And how big is it? It's probably pretty small. 14 inches long, 3 inches wide, 12 inches high. 1/85th scale. Neat. HMS Beagle. I like how it's Charles Darwin's HMS Beagle. What would Fitzroy have to say about that? I beg your pardon? That would be a fun addition to the wall, Lenina. Huh. Estimated delivery January 11th to January 22nd. Well, shoot. I will think about that. And, Are there any on Amazon, I wonder? There's a few, but they're more expensive. HMS Victory, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the Beagle. Huh. Yeah, no such luck, I don't think. Yeah. Unfortunately, well, it looks like this is our best option here. Somebody who's really into naval history wanted to drop a Ko-Fi donation for $60. I will buy this right now. Otherwise, I'll think about it. I don't know if this is in the budget for this month, you know? Yeah. Pick some over via Venmo or a Ko-Fi, says Lenina. I don't... Only if somebody were really enthusiastic about this would I gratefully accept. Otherwise, save your money. Yeah, but I appreciate the thought. Yeah. Anywho, a 1/1 scale instead, asked Golganag. They probably have. Here. HMS Beagle museum ship. They probably have reproductions of it. In fact, I'm pretty sure they made one for, that might even be in the video that we were watching. Beagle. HMS Beagle, 1820 to 1870. She belongs to that much-abused class, the 10-gun brigs, notwithstanding which she has proved herself, in all kinds of weather, an excellent sea boat. John Lort Stokes. Super cool. Yeah, so this was, this might be the one that was built, it was used in a bunch of different documentaries like the one that we're watching right now. interesting. And Revel, Germany has a 196 scale Beagle kit. Is that right, Caravan? Oh yeah, this is the one that I was looking at, where this is going to be a difficult one to build, and I don't think I'm going to have the time or necessarily the skills. This would be my first model ship, starting out at level 5 here? I don't know. Yeah. I don't have that high an opinion of myself. I think I could get that right on the first try. Oh. Shoot. Maybe next year. I'll start out early. And Gojira says tiny model ships are so much harder than the big ones. That would make sense. Anywho. HMS Beagle by Snap Together, level 1. Yeah, I'd go for that, Claire Bear.
And excited.
Yeah.
If hell had a garden, he thought, this is what it would look like.
And hang on a second. Drangdon had a question. Are there any serious paleontologists that believe in Darwin's theory? Oh, that don't believe in Darwin's theory? No. There aren't. If you're talking about... It's not really Darwin's theory anymore. That guy lived a long time ago, and he died a long time ago, and... It's like saying, it's like calling physics Newton's theory, you know? Like, yeah, sure, Newton was important to the history of physics, but physics isn't Newton's theory. It's an entire field of study in the same way that evolution is today, you know? Paleontology is the study of evolution through fossils. It's kind of what it's all about, you know? So it would, if you had a paleontologist who didn't accept that living things change over time, that evolution occurs, that would be like having a physicist who doesn't believe in gravity or mathematics or something, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Are there sailors who don't believe in water? Yeah, there you go, Bomb Machine, yeah. Yeah. It's literally what we study. We study evolution as paleontologists. That's what it's all about. That's why we're talking about this today. That's why we're talking about Alfred Russel Wallace on a channel called Paleontologizing. It's because this is foundational to the study of the history of life on Earth, you know? Evolution is the history of life on Earth. Anywho. And somebody made a Lego HMS Beagle Steely Dan? Oh, that is cool. Oh, man. That's actually really neat. Very cool. How cool is that? And there's old Chucky D with his rock hammer collecting some fossils. And that's got to be a ground sloth skull, I think. Here he is riding on a Galapagos tortoise. That is super, super cool. Oh, man. If I were more into Legos, I would make this a project. That's pretty darn cool. That is pretty darn cool. I wouldn't do the sails out of bricks, though, like this. My dad had some old Lego pirate ships and stuff when he used to work in San Francisco he worked at a big company in the financial district. I remember he had these Lego pirate ships, and the sails on them were cloth. It wouldn't be difficult to make sails out of cloth and just kind of bring them up there. But yeah. Anyway, that's neat stuff. Thank you for sharing there. I appreciate that, Steely Dan. And Claire Burr says, Legos have never been cheap, but my goodness, are they not cheap now? Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. Anywho, back to Wallace and Darwin and the Galapagos here.
The black volcanic rocks felt as if they'd been baked in an oven. The plants stank. He didn't see a single beautiful flower.
The Darwin that arrived here was not the great theorist that we know today. He was a 26-year-old collector, collecting really almost at random any kind of plants, any kind of animals, any kind of rocks. He didn't even know the meaning of what he was collecting until much later.
Gary and Kellis says, I'd say that evolution is an inductive conclusion. It's not the same thing as asking how many sides are on a triangle. Deductive. We may never reach 100% understanding, but we strive toward it. That's like anything in science, Gary and Kellis. Yeah. Yeah. All the things that are worth knowing are not as simple as saying a triangle has 3 sides, you know? If it's that simple, who cares, you know? Yeah. All conclusions in science are provisional. Absolutely, Dimwing, yeah.
Seagoing
Yeah.
iguanas,
Yeah.
dim-witted and hideous.
Oh, I think they're beautiful. Look at these critters.
But he did like a different Galapagos reptile, the tortoises. He even took a ride on one.
You magnificent beast.
They're so cool.
When Darwin was here in the Galapagos, he was given an important clue. The Spaniards told him that they could tell which island a tortoise came from just from the shape of its shell.
Yep. We actually talked about this in San Diego, didn't we? I believe we did, at the San Diego Zoo during that stream.
Throwing some dust. Very cool. And then we'll continue on, see if we can track down cyan streams.
Did I stream that part? I don't remember if I was streaming when we looked at the tortoises. We probably were, but I don't remember 100%.
So there's less.
Yep.
It's got 2 main parts. Got the carapace over the top. You've got the plastron, the chest plate underneath. That's usually much flatter.
Yeah.
And so with some of these guys, at the front, this is the back of the shell, back of the carapace, this is the front of the carapace. Some of them looks more like that, where it's just kind of rounded off on the front. They're classic like turtle shell, like in the Mario games, you know. Some of them though,
you know those
have
Mario
got this,
games.
like, high peak to the front part of the carapace. Call that like a saddleback. Both of those, you know, different carapace shapes evolved from like a, you know, one that probably looked more like that. Just more rounded overall. Classic, you know, turtle-y carapace. This is a special adaptation, though, for the Galapagos tortoises that ended up on drier islands. So there's less ground cover plants, you know, just less ground cover in general, fewer low-growing plants. These guys would have to crane their necks up higher in order to be able to feed. So over time, they evolved this kind of saddleback to the front of their carapace like that, so they could stick their neck up higher in order to be able to feed higher. It's a classic example of natural selection. Just, yeah, a few were born with a mutation that makes the front of the shell just a little bit taller, and then they did even better. They could eat even better. They could reproduce more. Their genes spread throughout the population. That mutation becomes more and more common as they reproduce more than their counterparts with the front of the shell that's lower. And then eventually they become so morphologically distinct that you can call them different species.
Yes, indeed.
Classic example of kind of like divergence between different islands. You know, morphological evolution. Pretty cool.
Why would tortoises on nearby islands look so different from one another? The island's mockingbirds also caught Darwin's attention.
There you go,
He
Mark.
focused on their subtle differences. One kind of mockingbird had smudges on its breast. Another had a large dark patch under each eye. A third had a pure white breast. Darwin was astonished when he realized that, just like the tortoises, each kind of mockingbird lived on a different island.
So even though he stayed here just 5 weeks out of the whole 5-year voyage, is what he saw here in these 5 weeks that left the greatest impression on Darwin and would lead into his greatest ideas.
After stops in Australia and Africa, and as the Beagle turned home to England, Darwin had the chance to reflect on what he'd been seeing.
So this has got to be that model of the Beagle. Again, this is not CG. This is... They must have flown a helicopter past this. This is an actual fully rigged ship. Probably the same one that we saw them building in that photo.
In his cabin,
How cool is that?
Darwin puzzled over the Galapagos animals. It was remarkable that similar but distinct creatures lived on such nearby islands. What would explain this fact? According to special creation, God made a different species for each island.
Why?
But another possibility occurred to Darwin. Perhaps one species might have come from the mainland and then changed in different ways on different islands. The Galapagos animals were raising a radical idea.
Nowadays, we recognize that that's exactly what happened because we can trace those changes in their genomes. Now we can literally look at their DNA and figure out when they diverged. It's super cool.
Species might change.
Yep. Chatimo says, I always learn new things here. That's why I do this, you know? I'm glad you're having a good time and learning some stuff. I always learn things here, too. So, you're in good company.
After Darwin returned to England, he starts thinking about everything he saw on this 5-year voyage.
And he's thinking back to the geology, the fossils, the animals that he'd seen. And he's in this process he calls mental rioting, just letting every thought stream to him until finally he has his big idea.
Rioting was the right word. His ideas were doing violence to the established order. The best explanation for what Darwin saw in the Galapagos was that species changed into new species. Over time, one kind of mockingbird somehow became 3. Tortoises multiplied into different forms.
Of this
What did it mean that armadillos and sloths lived
Me too,
today
Steely Dan.
where extinct giant versions once roamed?
Maybe, Darwin thought, today's species are descended from older, extinct types. If so, then all species are connected to one another in a family tree.
Yep.
It is a simple, crude sketch, but Darwin's drawing is a radical, new picture of life.
Yes, indeed.
Any species can give rise to new and slightly different species. As generations pass, grand species arise, and then great-grand species. Darwin's bold idea.
We'll be talking more about this on Darwin
come
Day
from
in
other
February.
Species just as naturally as children come from parents. There was a word for this kind of thinking: heresy.
Yeah. Some people today still consider this heresy, including people in charge of the U.S. government, like the U.S. House of Representatives Speaker. Yeah. Yeah. That sort of idea is still around, unfortunately. Anyway.
So the origin of species was natural, not divine. It was a revolutionary idea that overthrew special creation. It ran against church teachings and what most Europeans believed, including most scientists. Still a young man, Darwin couldn't reveal his great idea. He would be attacked and ruined.
Many years later, Darwin's popular account of his voyage is a big success.
And I think you're
He's
right.
published 6 books and has become England's most prominent naturalist. But he is still keeping his biggest idea secret.
Yep. There's a good chance that Darwin would have never published The Origin of Species by means of natural selection if it weren't for Alfred Russel Wallace, as you'll see. Gary and Keller says, why the secrecy? Well, this is at a time when much of Victorian society was built on this idea that, yeah, like, the natural order of things is perfect and regimented and can never change. George from New York, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Really, really appreciate that. There's 5 people in the chat. Won't have to watch any ads for the next
George
month.
from you just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
And they'll get all those emotes too, like these and way more. Crowscape says, if you went against the grain, you got clapped. And this happened to several people, yeah. So Darwin here was troubled. Because he just discovered that, shoot, the natural world doesn't work in these neat, regimented ways where everything is, you know, divinely cordoned off into different species and, you know, everything was made according to some sort of divine plan. People in Victorian England, and indeed people in other parts of the world too, they kind of used that idea to hold on to power. Say, well, you know, we don't need to feed the poor because they're poor for a reason. You know, God made them that way. People who are in positions of power, you know, that's divinely ordained, you know? To suggest that nature itself didn't work that way, that species could change over time, they could go extinct, new species could evolve. This idea that things were malleable in nature kind of called into question all of the things that the ruling class was saying about divinely ordained hierarchies like this. If those hierarchies are artificial, if they're made up, if the common pauper on the street is as much a human being as the King of England, if all people are equal, and if indeed plants and animals share kinship with us, that kind of shakes up that whole system, right? That kind of means that, oh shoot, maybe we should be kind and considerate to our fellow human beings and to the other species on our planet too. This was a dangerous idea, according to the ruling class. And Darwin knew that. as kind of a minor member of the ruling class, as a minor aristocrat, as a member of the landed gentry, he understood that, and he was scared. He's like, I know this stuff is true, but I don't want to talk about it necessarily.
Once we knew only that they vanished. Now we know the dinosaurs ruled the land longer than any creature before them or since.
Polak Sans Jean.
Jean and their 20 raiders want to know more than that.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? It is wonderful to have you here, Polak Sans Jean. Thank you for joining. Hi to you too, Polak, and hello, Mini Pie. What's going on? Welcome everybody. If you're new here, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So I'm a fossil scientist who studies dinosaurs. And we're not talking so much about dinosaurs today, but we're celebrating the birthday, 202 years ago today, of Alfred Russel Wallace, who is, along with Charles Darwin, co-discoverer of natural selection. He kind of discovered evolution, and he's not nearly as well remembered as Darwin is. We're trying to change that a little bit today. Talk about these really important ideas, his discoveries, his field work, his laboratory work, his legacy. So happy birthday, Alfred Russel Wallace, and welcome everybody from Polak Sans Jean. But yeah, we're from France, Belgium. We're talking about biology and viruses. Interesting. Atikstrumpf. I appreciate you. Thanks for saying hi. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Polak without genes. Oh, gotcha. Gamma chromatique. That makes sense. Thank you for the explanation. I appreciate it. Good stuff. Since we've got a bunch of cool new people here, this might be a good opportunity to play a quick welcome video. Would anybody like that? Give me a 1 in the chat if you'd like a quick welcome video to kind of introduce you to the channel, whether you're new or whether you're a returning viewer. Give me a 1 in the chat if you'd like to see that, and I'll play a different welcome video from the one that we played earlier in the stream. Let's see if any of the new people type a 1 into the chat. Eins, George from New York. Yeah. Good stuff. And we play Metazoa. Oh, we did Metazoa a bunch last year. We've not done a lot of it so far in 2025, but yeah. Well, excellent. There's a 1 from J. Humor-Jung. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Uncouth, ignorant American that I am. But, yeah. Welcome, everybody, to Paleontologizing. Welcome, welcome. And, Mini Pilot, who's that back there sneaking up behind us? Who is that over there? Is that previously recorded Danny? Well, previously recorded Danny. Go ahead and take it away.
Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you're new here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You might be wondering to yourself, where's the video games? Well, my name's Danny Anduza, and I'm a paleontologist. I don't really do too much in the way of video games, I guess. I work on dinosaurs. But how does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, I'll tell you. It all started when I moved to Montana right out of high school. In my first week there, I started working in the Paleo Lab at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was probably the greatest dinosaur museum on the planet. If you've ever seen any of the Jurassic Park movies, then you're more familiar with that institution and with my old boss than you may realize.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
It was in that program that Jack Horner built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. I learned a lot of that from Jack Horner's last graduate student, this guy, Denver Fowler, who would go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota. Under Denver, I did nearly a decade's worth of fieldwork, digging at hundreds of sites in the Upper Cretaceous, excavating literally hundreds of dinosaurs. Here's just a few highlights.
In 2012, I discovered the world's oldest specimen of Chasmosaurus, hopefully soon to be published as a new species. In 2017, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
I've also been lucky enough to help collect another very important specimen, the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. And much like my fieldwork, my research is also centered on dinosaurs. Some of that deals with new genera and species, like this guy, Trurarchuncus, a bizarre little theropod from the very end of the age of dinosaurs, who was just published in July of 2020. I've got a few studies in the works right now, some of them focusing on dinosaur biogeography, and some others on behavioral functional morphology, basically looking at bizarre features of dinosaur skeletal anatomy and trying to figure out why those features evolved. And one of my current projects involves spinosaurs. But I can't really talk about that until it's closer to publication, so don't ask me about it yet. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things were definitely on the decline in Montana, so I packed up and moved back to the West Coast. And I have been so much happier here. I've also realized that I have very little patience for the soul-deadening bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I've moved my career in a different direction. And lucky for me, it happens to pay a lot better too. I kind of stumbled my way into a job in early childhood education. I get to make a real difference in kids' lives and help instill a love of nature and a burning curiosity for the world around them. Then coronavirus descended, and the school shut its doors. But I wasn't about to let a global pandemic stop me and my students. We just moved online. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. Having made the jump to teaching remotely, it was only a short leap from there to Twitch. I started streaming in May of 2020, and it's been tremendously rewarding. Now, it's my belief that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about your science is one of the most important things a researcher can do. Twitch is kind of an ideal medium for that. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help out by continuing to watch, or if you can afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So, for my regular viewers, thank you for sitting through that again. And for everybody who's new, welcome. We've got a fantastic little community going here, and we'd be really happy if you'd join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and wrap this up and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny, and thank you even more to Polak Sans Gêne for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Again, we're talking about Alfred Russel Wallace today. This figure was extremely important in the early history of biology. He co-discovered natural selection.
I'm a fan of dinosaurs. I won't get angry if you aren't. What?
Samurai, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Charles Darwin, perhaps rightly, perhaps not, gets most, if not all, of the credit for discovering natural selection. But if it hadn't been for Alfred Russel Wallace, we might not remember Darwin either. And here's why. Let's continue this video.
Many years
later, reenactment here.
Darwin's popular account of his voyage is a big success.
Yep.
He's published 6 books and has become England's most prominent naturalist. But he is still keeping his biggest idea secret.
Yep. So, right before you raided in there, Polak, we were talking about why Darwin kept his idea of natural selection a secret, and it was because kind of the people running society at the time didn't like the idea, wouldn't have liked the idea. This concept that all living things are related to one another, that they change over time, that the hierarchies that exist in society are artificial to some extent. That's it was a dangerous idea, despite being true. And thank you to Nalere for being here. Holy cow.
Darwin is gathering yet more evidence for his theory when at a museum he encounters an earnest young man.
Yep.
I've read your work, Voyage of the Beagle. It is excellent and inspiring. Thank you very much.
Wallace had survived his ordeal at sea.
Do some research.
After 10 miserable days in a lifeboat, he had been rescued by a passing ship.
Both to my notes before I leave.
Wallace and Darwin are meeting for the first time. The two explorers share a great passion for nature, but they are in very different situations.
I'm headed to the Malay Archipelago to do some research.
Oh, excellent.
I'm here.
Wallace is single. He has to collect for a living, and he has yet to make his mark.
Yep.
Yeah, so now I have to,
He was a nobody.
Are you collecting? What?
Compared to Darwin.
Yes,
Darwin is married and has a family. He is financially well off and has a scientific reputation to protect. Wallace is as open as Darwin is secretive about his interest in the origin of species.
Yep.
Little does Darwin know that this young man will soon force his hand.
I could send you back some specimens if you'd like.
Oh, very much so, yes. Thank you. But please, no barnacles. I've just finished a work on barnacles that...
And Wallace doesn't have
Darwin
a
hated
clue
barnacles by the
that
end.
Darwin has already scooped him.
Have you written anything yourself?
Believing that the question of the origin of species is still wide open, and despite having nearly lost his life at sea, Wallace sets out on a new voyage.
Yep. Indomitable.
He travels
keep
to
this
the
guy
region
down.
between the Pacific and Indian Oceans, the Malay Archipelago. For the
Remember this
next
from our
8
videos earlier in the
years,
stream?
He will collect and study animals as he hops from island to island in a 14,000-mile journey. Wallace is captivated by butterflies. His
Who isn't?
favorite group is called birdwings, after their shape and large size.
And Wombat Hole says he got science funding for that. He did not. No, I think he may have actually... I don't remember how Wallace managed to pay for the ocean voyage to there. He may have actually worked aboard the ship in order to get there in the first place. And then the plan was to go there, collect a bunch of specimens, and then sell them when he got home in order to help recoup the cost of the expedition and pay for food and rent and everything else. He was very much working class, Alfred Russel Wallace. But yeah. Fan game featuring my favorite streamers. Summer days, that sounds interesting. Yeah, send me a whisper or send me an email at at paleontologizing@gmail. Summer days. Yeah, thanks for thinking of me. I appreciate that.
They command a high price for their striking colors. He finds birdwing butterflies throughout the archipelago. He identifies new species, some that are slightly different from those on nearby islands.
DMing says, were butterflies the NFTs of their day? No, butterflies are real.
The Malay butterflies suggest to Wallace what the Galapagos animals revealed to Darwin. Species change.
Yep.
But Wallace, too, seeks to understand the bigger picture. Having explored jungles on opposite sides of the globe, he can compare where different groups of animals live and ask why they are found where they are. Wallace the collector now becomes Wallace the theorist. Birdwings occur near other species of birdwings in the Malay archipelago. Across the globe, in the Amazon, live different families of butterflies.
Yeah, but why? Why?
Bird families also cluster geographically. Cockatoos live only in the Malay archipelago and Australia, whereas the Americas are home to macaws and hummingbirds. Around the globe, the more similar two species are, the closer they tend to live. Why is this so?
Why indeed?
Wallace formulates a new law of nature. It's about where new species arise. They don't appear in random places. They arise near similar species. He realizes the profound implication that species are connected to one another, like the branches of a tree.
Yep.
On his own, Wallace arrives at Darwin's still secret tree of life. Wallace finds more evidence that all species are related by considering some intriguing creatures. Manatees are mammals that live entirely in the sea. But inside their flippers are finger bones.
Yep. Same with whales.
Similar, apparently useless bones are inside whale flippers too. If God had created these animals from scratch, wouldn't he have skipped the fingers?
Yeah.
Imperfections such as these vestigial structures make it clear that every species is a modified form of an older species.
Things change over time. They're part of this long chain that goes back to the origin of life
on the Malay archipelago, Wallace gathers critical evidence for his law.
Gary Ankela says, is it true that all species are related, or only the species we've studied are related? Or, well, I guess species that we haven't studied, we wouldn't necessarily know that they're related, but every time any scientist has ever studied a species of living thing here on Earth, they've all been related to each other. Yes, indeed. Literally, all of life on Earth seems to have originated from a single point. From an original life form. Would have looked something like a bacterium. But yeah, all life on Earth, from us human beings, to yeast, to birds, to leafy sea dragons. We are all related to one another. We're all kind of on this grand tree of life here. That's why certain living things look and behave similarly to other living things. Leafy sea dragons are right here on the tree next to ruby sea dragons and weedy sea dragons. The reason they look so similar is they share a common ancestor. You might look at that head right there on that leafy sea dragon and think that looks kind of similar to like a seahorse. And we get pipe horses, pipefish, seahorses. They're all on this branch of the Tree of Life over here. They're all related to one another. There we go. We keep zooming out and out. Pipefishes and seahorses. Here's this family. Signathidae. You can go further out and you get other fishes that look kind of similar, but they're not quite the same. The reason they look similar is because they shared a common ancestor. Those species evolved from a common ancestor. They split. And as they split, they change. They diversify, you know? So yeah. Yeah. And paleontologizing at Gmail. Yes, Summer Days. Yes, yes indeed. Thanks for asking. Yeah. But yeah.
On the island of Borneo, he sees monkeys and orangutans. But elsewhere in the archipelago, in New Guinea, the mammals are strikingly different. No monkeys here. Instead, up in the branches are tree kangaroos, marsupials, whose young grow up in pouches.
Wild.
Island by island, Wallace notes which of the two groups of mammals lives there, those with pouches and those without. Animals on the eastern islands resemble those of Australia. Animals to the west, those of Asia.
Interesting.
It's as if a line splits the archipelago. It will be dubbed the Wallace Line.
Why would God draw a boundary through these islands and put monkeys in the trees on one side and put kangaroos in the trees on the other side?
Because he's tricky. He's trying to trick you. You can't trust that guy. No, I'm kidding. Basically, in order to deny that living things change, to deny that evolution occurs, you basically have to believe that... You have to believe in like a trickster god, you know? Which, far be it from me to tell anybody what religious beliefs to have. But, yeah, I don't know.
This made no sense. Special creation couldn't explain the line, but Wallace's earlier law could.
Here you go, Marcy Waxdogs, yeah.
From pre-existing nearby species.
The eastern islands of the Malay archipelago, Wallace surmised, were once connected by land to New Guinea and Australia. So animals like kangaroos could hop on over. The western islands were never connected to the eastern ones, but they were connected to Asia. So the west had different mammals, ones with placentas instead of pouches.
It's the history of the planet, not special creation, that explains the distribution of species.
Yep.
In Wallace's time, geologists understood that natural processes, such as volcanism and erosion, could change the shape of islands and continents. But what about species? How do they change? That is Wallace's next question. As a collector, he has a great eye for detail as he chooses specimens to sell to his customers. He knows that among all living things, from butterflies to snails, individuals within a given species usually vary in small ways. But what does that variation have to do with how species change?
Here we go.
Here's Wallace during a high fever.
Here's what I was telling you about. This is one of those classic episodes if there's going to be like one or two scenes in Alfred Russel Wallace's life that get dramatized and reenactments like this, it's this and the shipwreck coming back from the Amazon. These are like those two events that are kind of the most cinematic, dramatic, kind of screen-worthy.
He must have been thinking about the very real chance that he would die. He recalled the English economist Thomas Malthus, who noted that human populations are held in check by famine, disease, and death. Wallace realized that was even more the case in nature.
Yep.
Without death, any species would quickly overrun Earth. But animal populations tend to hold steady. That's because huge
most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared on this planet.
Thanks for the follow.
The dinosaurs.
Thank you.
numbers of young die every generation. Two facts now snap together. Massive death plus variation.
Yep.
Wallace now sees how species could change. Those individuals with variations that give them even a slight edge will survive, reproduce, and in time outnumber those without the advantage.
And again, I want to make very, very clear here that advantage is like a time-sensitive thing. What's an advantage one year could be a disadvantage the next year. This is not about the inherent superiority of one living thing over another. It's just which one happens to be lucky enough to have a certain characteristic during a time when that does proffer an advantage, you know? Having a, like in the case of the Galapagos finches, having a big, thick beak for crushing, you know, tough seeds, that might be really helpful during a drought when tough seeds are the only thing around. When all the soft-seeded plants, they've desiccated away. But during an El Nino year, where you've got lots and lots of rain, that big, tough beak is not going to give you an advantage. Small tweezer-like beaks for, you know, picking up smaller seeds, that is going to allow you to feed yourself better. So I want to make that very, very clear. This is not survival of the fittest, like fittest being one of those things that's inherent to an organism, where they are inherently superior. That's not the case at all. And anybody who thinks that way does not understand biology. Darwin recognized this, and I think Wallace recognized this too, to a certain extent. It's all about what are the conditions right now. Those conditions might change tomorrow. And so fittest might mean something very, very different tomorrow. You know? Yeah.
His is
contextual. There you go, Diamond. Yes.
Picture of nature.
Yeah.
Of intense, even violent competition. Wallace thinks he might have an important new idea, but he wants a second opinion before publishing.
Who do you think he sent that to? Who does he mail it off to? He's come up with this idea. He thinks it's a good one. He says, I should send this off to another prominent naturalist. Somebody I've met before.
New idea, but he wants a second opinion before publishing. He knows just the right person to ask, thousands of miles away in England.
Yeah, Mr. Bean. No, I'm kidding. It was such an ordeal to mail a letter back then.
Excuse me, sir. This just came for you.
Ah, yes. Thank you.
Darwin is shocked. He couldn't have written a better summary of his own theory of how species change. He called it natural selection than what had just arrived from Wallace. How could this happen?
Both men had observed slightly different species on nearby islands and concluded that species could change over time. Both had collected huge numbers of specimens and realized that individuals vary within species. And both had witnessed nature up close and realized it was a battlefield with massive casualties.
Yep.
Same fact patterns, same explanation. Great minds think alike.
And it's not even just great minds think alike. This is a real thing in nature. Living things change over time. If you study it enough, that becomes really obvious. So if Wallace had died during that shipwreck, and if old Chucky D had never published his ideas on evolution, somebody else would have come along probably just a few years later and discovered the same thing. You know, I kind of love this fact that independently Wallace came up with the same exact idea, natural selection, that Darwin did. Because it's not that he came up with the idea, he discovered it. It's a thing in nature. He observed it, and he wrote it down. So did Darwin. If neither of them had done it, somebody else would have done it. That's the cool thing about science, is that when you're studying the natural world and you're trying to figure out how the natural world works, you can be the first to do it, which is very cool, and people might remember you for that. But if you don't figure it out, chances are somebody else will later. If it's real, somebody else is going to discover it.
Darwin now worries that he will lose all the credit for his original idea.
Yep.
Darwin turned Wallace's manuscript over to two close colleagues who had been privy to Darwin's ideas on natural selection. They decided that Wallace's manuscript and some excerpts from Darwin should be read aloud together on the same day in London.
They share the credit.
The idea was to share the credit, although everyone involved, including Wallace, agreed that Darwin got there first.
Darwin did get there first. He just sat on it for a long time. And it's not like Darwin claimed that he got there first. It's like he had been talking to people about this for a decade, and he had been writing things about it for a decade. There are correspondences, there are letters that prove that he got there first. He just didn't publish, you know?
Darwin published his own masterful full-length account in 1859.
Yep.
On the Origin of Species became one of the most influential books ever published.
Oh, yeah.
It was an instant sensation that signaled the birth of modern biology. Wallace eventually...
And Mayor Space says it's kind of interesting how certain developments happen all at once by unrelated parties. Lots of people around the world were working on powered flight at all around the same time period. Yeah. Yeah, because oftentimes it's not like this is just a bolt out of the blue. Someone has an idea apropos of nothing. There's stuff that leads up to that, you know? For Darwin and Wallace, there are a number of different technologies that had to arise before they could get themselves to these far-flung places. To the Galapagos, or to the Amazon, or to the Malay Archipelago. There were certain ideas that they were building on, like both Darwin and Wallace were both privy to the thoughts of Robert Malthus, the English economist. Likewise, the work of Charles Lyell, famous English geologist. His idea that the Earth must be very old and that natural processes happened at the same rate in the past that they happen today. Essentially, the present is the key to the past and vice versa. That was a big idea too, and without that, you wouldn't have had natural selection discovered by either Darwin or by Wallace. There's like fundamental building blocks. There's these concepts that you need to understand before you can understand the bigger picture, you know? If there's any teachers in the audience right now, you know that this is a thing. When you're trying to teach a complex subject to students, you got to make sure that they've got the basics down first. They've got that foundational knowledge that you can build on. That's honestly one of the challenges here on Twitch when I'm trying to teach, is that there's new people coming in all the time with varying levels of knowledge about this. Longtime viewers of Paleontologizing, you might know a lot of this stuff already because you may have read about it, you may have studied it in school, you may have heard about it here on stream over the past few years. But new people come in and I don't know what foundational knowledge they have. So it's like you're teaching students who are constantly wandering in and out of the class. Cool stuff. Lovely video here. There it is in the chat for you. Link. Let's talk a little bit about that collaboration rather than competition between Darwin and Wallace, because it's important stuff. There we go. Another video from SciShow here.
Everyone knows the name Charles Darwin. He was the father of evolution, the first to come up with that whole natural selection, survival of the fittest thing, right?
And hang on, TGI Rex. I just applied to universities today. I want to thank you.
Cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits. TGI Rex says, hey, Paleontologizing. I'm not sure you remember me in chat. Of course I do. For months ago, but I just applied to universities today, and I want to thank you for the help you've given me Really glad you were there to support me and your community too. TGI Rex, congratulations. Holy cow. Congratulations on getting into university. That is really exciting. Holy cow. Holy moly. I should say applied to universities. That's an ordeal in and of itself. I really hope you get in. I hope you get to choose the one you want to go to.
No expense.
Dino Dax gifted a tier 1 sub to TGI.
Thank you, Dino Dax, for gifting
They have
TGI
given
Rex.
25 gift subs in the
Appreciate that,
channel.
Dino Dax. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah, TGI Rex. I hope not only do you get into your university of choice, I hope that you find all the success in the world. XVR, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, did not expect that. No, TGI Rex, I appreciate you. Thanks for your kind words, and yeah. I wish you all the good luck and good fortune in the world. Let's get back to talking about Darwin and Wallace here. But I appreciate the interruption. Congratulations. That's awesome news. Proud of you, TGI Rex. Proud of you.
Everyone knows the name Charles Darwin. He was the father of evolution, the first to come up with that whole natural selection, survival of the fittest thing, right? Actually, Darwin doesn't deserve all the credit. While Darwin was puzzling over the beaks of Galapagos finches, another naturalist working in what's now Indonesia was reaching the exact same conclusions. His name was Alfred Russel Wallace. Darwin gathered the observations that led to the theory of natural selection while traveling the world on the HMS Beagle in the 1830s. After he returned to England, he spent decades developing his ideas and slowly working on a book about them. Wallace, who was born in 1823, was 14 years younger than Darwin. He was also less wealthy and less well-connected. While Darwin was methodically shaping the theories that would make him famous, Wallace was doing some globetrotting of his own, studying natural history in South America and the Malay archipelago. In 1858, he wrote a letter to Darwin, already a well-known scientist at the time, outlining in detail his ideas about how species changed through time.
So we saw that in the previous video.
Needless to say, Darwin was pretty shocked to get a letter from some young nobody who'd come to the exact same conclusions about evolution that he had. Now, Darwin had been working on this book for a long time, and he did not want Wallace to publish first and get all the credit, so he and his friends quickly threw together a meeting of the Linnean Society of London, an association of biologists. In the meeting, the secretary of the society presented the ideas of both men at the same time. Wallace wasn't even at the meeting because he couldn't exactly commute from the remote islands in the Indian Ocean where he was working at the time. But neither was Darwin, because his 1.5-year-old son had died just a few days beforehand. Only around 30 people actually showed up at the Linnean Society to hear the papers be presented, and no one seemed to realize the significance of what they were hearing at the time.
So this is one of those classic moments where it's like, you know, if there were to be a film made about this, you know, you would think that would be a really dramatic moment, the reading of Darwin and Wallace's papers before the Linnean Society. And everyone's like, whatever. You can kind of imagine just a few people in attendance. Somebody's coughing really loud in the background while Darwin's trying to speak. Yeah. People are just kind of looking at their watches. They wouldn't have been looking at their phones at the time, but they had no idea how important this was in that moment. You know, it was a moment that would change history, and nobody except for Darwin and a close circle of friends that he had there would have realized the significance during that moment.
So, why is Darwin so famous today while Wallace is so obscure? Well, for one thing, Darwin had been working on his theory for decades. By a year after the Linnean Society meeting, he was ready to publish a pretty comprehensive book he'd written on evolution, on the origin of species. You might have heard of it. The book made a huge splash, and everyone pretty much forgot about the other...
Oh, and you're right, Charlie's Dragon. Darwin wasn't actually present at the meeting either. I think he was so nervous at the time that his insides were just eating themselves. Like, he had a really, really bad stomachache during that time. I think he stayed home. I think it was... Who was it who presented it for him? I forget. I think we'll talk about that on Darwin Day on February 12th, but...
Weird
Yeah.
young guy who no one had ever heard of. Remember, Darwin was already pretty famous. He'd written a wildly popular account of his travels called The Voyage of the Beagle over a decade before. It took Wallace another decade to publish his own book on natural selection, and by that time, the theory was already widely known as Darwinism. And when Wallace published another book on natural selection later on, he put the word Darwinism in the book's title.
I kind of hate that, actually. You know? Calling a scientific idea Darwinism. Especially when the guy who called it Darwinism is also the guy who discovered it. He might as well have just called it Wallaceism, and that would have, I think, I don't know, would have made a point at least. I don't know. Tying a scientific idea to a particular person, I don't know. Sometimes it like I said before, if Darwin and Wallace had not discovered natural selection first, somebody else would have later. Maybe it would have taken decades, but somebody else would have. I think the reason why I rankle at this thought a little bit is, especially here in the US, if you hear the word Darwinism, it's usually used as a pejorative. It's a term that people who don't like the idea of evolution, they don't like the idea of science in general, they use it as in kind of a sneering way, like, oh, that's Darwinism, you know? So I think that's why that word has such a negative connotation in my brain, you know? People in other parts of the world might not have that same connotation because people might not be as hostile to the idea of science where you live. But here in the US, that really is a thing. Yeah.
That probably didn't help. As the years passed, Darwin and Wallace had a polite but...
And Ms. Yvette says, plus he had slaves? No, Darwin did not have slaves. No. There were a few paid servants who worked at it was Down House where Darwin lived, right? Darwin's estate. But no, Darwin was fiercely anti-slavery, actually. Well, as fiercely anti-slavery that a naturally timid man could be. Again, Darwin was always kind of a scaredy cat, but he was very much against the idea of slavery. Yeah. Anyway, and there you go, Circules. Yeah, that's another thing too. Yeah. Social Darwinism, Darwin Award. There's a lot of like negative connotations around that term, and so it's just kind of wild that, you know, that Wallace called his book Darwinism. But anyway, yeah. And no, Darwin was not a slave owner. That's exactly what I was saying, TGI Rex. Yeah.
Title.
Anyway.
That probably didn't help. As the years passed, Darwin and Wallace had a polite but complicated relationship. Wallace believed that natural selection couldn't explain human intelligence on its own, arguing that some sort of higher power...
This is the Rosetta Stone of meat-eating dinosaurs.
And there is no such a thing as a Rosetta Stone in science.
Amelia Bedelia, thank you for the 34 months of support. I appreciate you very much. Thank you for keeping me here online. Thanks for supporting this community. I appreciate you. Yeah, here's another thing that's a little bit sad to talk about, is that of the two men, Darwin and Wallace, Darwin honestly was the better scientist, like, I think objectively in a lot of ways. Wallace tended to get fooled by stuff, especially later on in his life. When he was an old man, he became like a spiritualist. The spiritualist movement was like a thing in England and in the US at the time, where I don't know, there's like seances with ghosts and stuff, and you know, I want to talk to my dead relatives, so I'll go to this con man and he'll put on this show, and you know, he'll put on a voice, it's supposed to be my dead aunt talking to me, all this stuff like that, you know. So later on in life, Alfred Russel Wallace would get fooled by a lot of these things, and he actually helped give them credence. because it's like, oh, here's this famous scientist, and if he believes it, it must be true. So there's a spirit photograph that that some con man produced. It's just a double exposure in a photograph, but people didn't really understand photography in the general public back then. It seemed like magic. So, oh, this must be a photograph with me and a spirit. Well, no, the guy had somebody dress up as Wallace's mother, and then they just double exposed the photograph. You know? This is the Nigerian print scheme of its day, says Mirrorspace. Kind of, yeah. Yeah. And yeah, Arthur Conan Doyle famously believed in the Coddington fairies. That's true, DM Wing, yeah. Yeah. So, there was a lot of nonsense like this going on at the time, and, yeah. So Wallace began investigating spiritualism in the summer of 1865, possibly at the urging of his older sister, Fanny Sims. After reviewing the literature and attempting to test what he witnessed at seances, he came to believe in it. For the rest of his life, he remained convinced that at least some seance phenomena were genuine, despite accusations of fraud and evidence of trickery. I think on some level, this is why Wallace is not remembered as much as Darwin was. You know? Like, they got him later in life. But yeah. Anywho. He had a streak of the gullible, poor lad, says Gojira. Yeah, yeah. Very earnest guy. Wallace. Yeah. Anyway. So yeah, let's continue.
Must be involved. Darwin and his friends didn't agree. But when Wallace ran into money troubles later in life, Darwin helped arrange for him to get a government pension in recognition for his scientific contributions. Today, Wallace is mostly just a historical footnote for non-scientists. An effort to raise money to build a bronze statue of him to commemorate the 100th anniversary of his death in 2013 only made it halfway to its goal, but poor Wallace hasn't been totally forgotten. He's considered to be the father of biogeography, the study of how species are distributed across the planet. His observations of how Asian and Australian species intermingled in Indonesia and New Guinea kickstarted scientific interest in how plants and animals end up living in specific places. The Wallace line, the surprisingly sharp boundary between islands with plants and animals more like those in Asia and plants and animals more like those in Australia, still bears his name. And in the end, they did make a statue of him, which was donated to London's Natural History Museum. And maybe it's just as well that Darwin is the one who got permanently associated with the theory of natural selection, because Darwinism is just a lot easier to say than Wallaceism. But the contributions of Darwin's lesser-known frenemy Wallace still deserve to be remembered.
Frenemy? He was a friend, I think.
Maybe inspired Darwin to get going on actually finishing the book. Anyway, so you know that thing you want to do or are doing? Would it be better if it had a website?
Oh, this is going to be a product placement thing. But anyway, here's a link to that video from SciShow. There you go. And you've seen that statue. Cool, TGI Rex. Very cool. Yeah, I think we might even have a video about that. Let's see here. Is it here? No. There we go. Here's Bill Bailey from the beginning of the stream.
Members of the Natural History Museum, Wallace aficionados, members of Wallace's family, fans of unveilings, generally. Welcome. I'm delighted to be here for what is an historic moment, the unveiling of the world's first ever statue of Alfred Russel Wallace. I was here.
So I'll scoot forward to where they unveil it. Right here, and then I'll give you the link to the whole thing. Oh, but first... the true King of England.
there's not much for me to add to that excellent survey and summary that Bill has just given us all. Maybe just two aspects of this very great man, which I might mention. The first is that his sheer, straightforward physical courage and endurance. If you have read his wonderful book on the Malay Archipelago, or rather if you haven't, I recommend you do. It's an extraordinary, wonderful book. And you have to read between the lines to see what endurance that man had for 8 years, traveling in unreliable, leaky boats, native Malay boats, from island to island, often without any companions at all, certainly not European companions, living on local food, enduring all kinds of tribulations, with very little medicine, just quinine, that was about it. So that was one aspect which moves me. And the other one is his sheer generosity of spirit and modesty.
Yeah.
There are lots of people to make dramas out of the conflict, apparently, between Darwin and Wallace, as to who in fact had priority, who thought of it first, who deserves the credit. It didn't trouble either of those great, very great, generous-spirited men. Darwin said to Wallace that he admired everything he did and he could have written the work just as much as Darwin could. And Wallace said not at all. Darwin had done all the research.
And to be fair, I mean, I don't think Wallace studied fossils at all in the way that Darwin did, and so that was a blank spot. That was a blind spot, rather, for Wallace.
And
but
the
yeah.
two men complemented one another all the time. And if you wanted to try and foment some argument between those two men, you won't find any evidence whatsoever. So here is an admirable man, a modest man, a tough man, a generous man, and a great scientist. And I am truly privileged to be able to unveil this statue to you. I haven't seen it either.
Brilliant. And I love that this is not Wallace as an old man, bearded, huddled at a desk. This is him, a young man, bearded, in the field, looking up toward a particularly beautiful butterfly, I'm sure, holding his collecting net. And this is based on real photos of Wallace. Just exquisite. I hope that I get to see this in person if I'm able to visit the UK in 2025. SVP is being held in Birmingham this year, and if I can make it out there to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology annual meeting, I'm going to see if I can go through London on my way there. Yeah. Very cool. Here's a link to that video right there. Yeah. There are several dramatizations of Alfred Russel Wallace's life, some of which are really good. I'll share the best one that I could find with you right here. I think you'll like it. It's called Forgotten Voyage, Alfred Russel Wallace and the Discovery of Evolution by Natural Selection. This was made, I think, by the BBC back in the 70s, I want to say. And again, it starts with that shipwreck.
My collections had been in the hold of the burning ship, so that all the reward of 4 years of privation and danger in the Amazonian jungle was irretrievably lost.
Is that right, TGI Rex? Maybe I'll do a public meetup event or something in the UK this year. We'll see.
New and beautiful specimens of insect.
And Io says, Danny, not to derail, but did you see this already? What is this? Ios? I did see this. Yeah. We watched it yesterday. and a few days before, too. But, yeah. Anyway, good to see you, Ios.
Birds, sketches, notes, and the 3 most interesting years of my journal.
It's funny, in this shot, he looks kind of like, he looks like one of the members of Monty Python. Which one? Is it Michael Pollan? I don't really know them that well. Yeah, it is him. Yeah. He totally looks like Michael Pollan. Michael Palin? Palin? I don't actually know how to say his name necessarily. How's that pronounced? Palin? But yeah. Palin. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Really looks like him here.
As the days went by, I began to believe my life would end here, in failure and oblivion. When the rescue ship reached England, I decided to return to my sister's house and take stock of my situation.
And it's funny, he's like, oh yeah, well of course there was a rescue ship. This might be direct from one of his writings. George from New York, thank you again for your gift subs today. I really appreciate it. George from New York says, away I go. Someone please top my gift sub total, please. We'll see if anybody dethrones you here, George from New York. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you.
I felt I had neither the strength nor the resources to plan another expedition. I did not know then that my most momentous voyage still lay ahead, and with it, the answer to the questions that had haunted me for so many years.
Forgotten voyage. The story of Alfred Russel Wallace.
And that's all? No insects? Nothing? You've been very unlucky.
He's lucky to be alive.
Ah, your sister's right there, Mr. Wallace.
And he was lucky to have an agent with enough sense to insure his collection.
Oh, that was nothing. That was just a normal procedure.
How much do you think I'll get?
Ah, well, now then, less than half the real value of your collection, I'm afraid. Possibly about £200.
200? Did you hear that, Fanny? And a week ago I thought I was penniless. Why, I can live for a year on that.
Well, you've been a very good client, Mr. Wallace. Your first consignment sold very well indeed, especially the butterflies. I'll be very sorry to lose you.
Lose me?
Well, I understood you to say that you'd sworn never to set foot in a ship again.
Nonsense.
That didn't last long, Mr. Stevens. One good meal of beef steak and damson tart, and he was planning his next expedition, trying to decide between the Andes and the Philippines.
Ah, not the Andes.
No?
No, well, you see, if you had a private income, things would be different. But as it is, you have to consider the market if you're even going to cover your expenses. And we're discovering that the demand for South American specimens isn't quite what it was.
Where then?
Next time you go to the museum, have a good look. Find out exactly what they've got and what they haven't got. You'll soon find out where the gaps in the collections are.
What's really cool is a bunch of the specimens that Wallace collected are still in various museums, like the Natural History Museum in London. That's the power and longevity of museums right there. That's why people like me risk our skins to go out there and collect these specimens, is we know that they will be there in the museum long after we're dead. And scientists will continue to study them long after we're dead and gone, you know?
Magnificent eye spots there. I can understand that. This is a superb specimen. This particular.
Who's this bald guy right here?
We have a private collection of African Coleoptera from a retired naval gentleman arriving next week.
Ah, yes, I'm afraid I shan't be in London again for some months.
This is Mr. Wallace. He sent us some very fine specimens from the Amazon. Mr. Charles Darwin.
Mr. Darwin?
Mr. Wallace, how do you do?
I am honored to meet you, Mr. Darwin.
So it's funny that they play Darwin so kind of like cold and I don't know. He's just not a very personable guy in this reenactment, which I think is really funny. Yeah,
We'll be
look.
with you shortly.
Uptight Academia, yeah. Yeah.
Interesting. The general habit's not unlike Atalia funifera.
That's true. But look at the sheathing.
Ah, yes, and the petioles and the seeds. Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. It's quite a new species. Another one for you to christen? Herria wallacea, perhaps? You must be proud of your brother, Mrs. Sims.
I am very proud of him. I just don't know where he gets it from.
Really? I'd always assumed you came from a scientific background.
Gracious, no.
It was just a hobby to begin with.
Yes, he tried all sorts of ways of earning a living, didn't you, Alfred? Carpenter, watchmaker, builder, surveyor. And then one day he announced he'd saved up £100 and was off to South America with Mr. Bates.
He was luckier. At least he avoided the shipwreck. He's still out there.
So Mr. Bates is the scientist?
Mr. Bates at that time was a draper's assistant.
So here's the thing, like we said at the beginning of the stream, if any of you have just come in more recently, Alfred Russel Wallace, very much unlike Charles Darwin, was a working class guy. He had to sell specimens that he collected in order to make a living, in order to fund his research and his field work. He wasn't a landowner. He didn't have an inheritance. He was a working man.
So you're both self-taught? That's remarkable. I'd never have guessed it from reading your book. And now I hear you're going to the Spice Islands.
Yes, I've been fortunate. I've been given a free ticket.
I quite envy you. It'll be the perfect place to investigate the greatest mystery, as you call it. Well, I'll wish you bon voyage, then. Good day to you, Mrs. Sims.
What did he mean, the greatest mystery?
Oh, I told him once that that was my greatest ambition.
Wombat Hole says those wool suits are not cheap. I kind of doubt he actually dressed like this in life. They might be just kind of I don't know. So it looks better on screen. I'm sure that outfit that he's wearing right now was more expensive than any outfit that he had during his lifetime. And by the way, did anybody catch this? Look at what's going on in the background here. We've got a gorgeous cycad right here. This looks like it might be a species of Diune. That could be like the giant Diune right there. Or Diion, however you say it. Never actually heard it pronounced. Diion spinulosum. Looks a lot like it. Yeah, I think this might be Kew Gardens in England. And I think they've certainly got some Diion. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice.
To solve the problem of the origin of species.
The origin of species?
Fanny, consider all the...
Again, just beautiful. For those of you who are not familiar with cycads, these kinds of plants are very, very special. So they are not palms, they are not conifers, they're not pines, they're not ferns. Its closest living relative is actually the ginkgo. But they were some of the dominant plants during the Mesozoic, during the age of the dinosaurs. There's, I think, about 200 or 300 species around today. There would have been thousands of species during the Mesozoic. They're kind of your quintessential prehistoric plant in a lot of ways. But they're really, really cool. And, yeah. Anyway, it's neat to see one in the background here. They probably set up this shot because they knew that it would look really cool in the background.
What did he mean, the greatest mystery?
Oh, I told him once that that was my greatest ambition. To solve the problem of the origin of species.
The origin of species?
Fanny, consider all these different plants.
Like the cycad right there. The loon call of dinosaur media, says Salmon. Kind of, yeah. Yeah. Elena says, I love the cycad on my Acrocanthosaurus tattoo. The plants really add something special to that skull. Agree. It's such a cool tattoo.
Think of all the birds and animals and insects and fishes and reptiles. Thousands, millions of separate species.
And hang on. Halation Effects says, I guess it makes sense if a lot of herbivorous dinosaurs would have had adaptations for eating cycad leaves if they were so widespread. That is an idea. Yeah, I can show you a neat example of that. I've shown this before. But I'll pull it out again. In this lovely book, kind of speculative portrayals of dinosaurs and their ecosystems. Loosely speculative. It's all very reasonable. But in this, Stegosaurus has special adaptations for eating cycad fruit from the codex right there. So the caption says, Stegosaurs are particularly fond of cycad fruit. The pebbled armor that lines the animal's throat region is an effective protection against the sharp, spiny cycad leaves that would otherwise stand between the stegosaur and its favorite food. So they did indeed have throat armor like this, these bony ossicles in on their throats. Yeah. There we go. Just this, almost like chainmail armor or something like that. You know? We know they had this. So yeah. Case Kuchen, thank you for the Prime sub there.
America loses them forever.
Brilliant. Thank you for that, Case. I appreciate the support. Thank you very much. Good stuff. So yeah, that and that. It's a neat idea, you know? Difficult idea to test. Is that why stegosaurs had that throat armor? We don't know. But it's a neat speculation. I like it a lot. Anyhow.
What did he mean, the greatest mystery?
Oh, I told him once that that was my greatest ambition, to solve the problem of the origin of species.
The origin of species?
Fanny, consider all these different plants. Think of all the birds and animals and insects and fishes and reptiles, thousands, millions of separate species. Where did they all come from?
I don't know. Out of the ark?
Well, you can't really believe that. No, it's impossible. It would have needed tens of thousands of arks to get them all in. Do you know, Fanny?
And Inachu, I think I maybe know the video you're talking about, but yeah. Welcome, Inachu. Good to see you here. I think we looked at that a few weeks ago.
That within 10 miles of Leicester alone, there are over 1,000 different species of beetles.
You and your beetles, Alfred.
You and your beetles. They haven't even appeared on the Ed Sullivan Show yet.
It was different last time. At least there were two of you. I hate to think of you out there all on your own. Oh, couldn't you hire an assistant?
I can't afford it, Fanny. Not to pay him. I have heard of a young man who's keen to learn the trade. If he seems suitable, I might take him on as an apprentice. That would be a good start, wouldn't it?
Charlie, sir.
Charlie what?
Alan, sir.
And there you go, Carnotaur. Yeah,
Are you
that's
interested in
very
animals?
much a thing. It's funny, but yeah.
Yes, sir.
Which ones in particular?
Well, I had a dog once, sir. And I used to like watching shrimps and crabs and things.
Good. So did I. Well, Charlie.
Yes, sir?
You do realize that it'll be hard work. Often under very difficult conditions. We'll be visiting some dangerous places. Swamps, jungles, places where no white man has ever been.
I don't mind living rough, sir.
Well, that's good. You'll need patience, and you will need accuracy. Mounting and labeling insects is extremely intricate work. Are you good with your hands?
Oh, yes, sir. My dad's a carpenter. And I can read and write if you'll learn me how to spell the names.
It's going to be a long voyage. It would mean being away from your family for 4 or 5 years. Would you mind that?
No, sir. And I don't mind the jungles and the cannibals. I'll go anywhere you like.
Oh, boy.
Please, sir.
Well, could you be ready to leave on Tuesday?
Where to? Where is it we're going?
Starting from here, it's right round the other side of the world. There.
Gotta love that 70s music.
Few places are more interesting to a traveller from Europe than the island of Singapore, furnishing, as it does, examples of a variety of Eastern races and of many different religions and modes of life. Oh, Charlie, mind your head here. I noticed this young fellow. They are remarkably agile.
Thanks, Jam Wang. Appreciate it. And there you go, Mayor Space. Mayor Spaces, luckily they aren't wearing bell bottoms and paisley. I do feel like some of the hairstyles and like textile patterns are very 70s, but
after my long voyage by steamer,
I don't really know.
Then overland to Suez, thence across the vast Indian Ocean, the waterfront of this bustling town was a welcome sight. Now then, Charlie, I shall arrange for the transport of our luggage
Sir?
You keep a close watch on the guns, and please, bring that tin box with you if you would.
Yes, Mr. Wallace.
Yeah, like those pants, they seem very 70s right here. That pattern on them. Am I wrong?
Keep a close watch on the guns, and please, bring that tin box.
That seems very 70s.
Yes, Mr. Wallace.
Does anyone speak English?
Yes, I can speak.
Good. And what is your name, sir?
Jasmine.
Mr. Jasmine, we wish to go to the mission at Bukit Timah. Do you understand?
Yeah, I know the place.
Singapore on a fine day is as crowded and busy as Tottenham Court Road. The scene is at once so familiar.
The cut of his collar is very 70s. It's very well. Thank you. You know more about this than I do.
And disputing for a farthing fare. The Chinese coolies, the dark-skinned Klings from southern India, the Javanese sailors and the short brown Malays, all as pushing and full of business as any Londoners. Make sure that they take care of those nets, if you will. That's splendid.
Just put that in, please, and be very careful. It's very valuable.
I am more convinced than ever that no one can appreciate our country by
Take salt types, yes.
Even after the 8 years I was to spend in the East, I could only begin to understand the special character of this island of Singapore, which such a short time ago was an uninhabited jungle.
How much?
And was it, says Damwing? Yeah, it probably wasn't uninhabited.
Sir?
There's one more specimen box to go in the trunk.
Birds and most other kinds of animals being scarce at Singapore, I took a house in the old and picturesque town of Malacca. From here I was determined to visit Mount Ophir in the middle of the Malay Peninsula. We took with us a good supply of dried food, together with our insect and bird boxes, nets, guns and ammunition.
No, I'll pack this. If you could tie up the nets. Where are the pincushions?
With a setting ball?
That's right. Oh, it's going to be a splendid place for insects, Charlie. It's going to be a most profitable trip.
We spent several days at the foot of Mount Ophir, in a little hut by a beautiful rocky stream, where we found hundreds of new or rare insects. The ascent took us through dense forest, through which we climbed laboriously all morning. Occasionally we had fine views of distant hills and valleys covered with the same interminable forest, and with glistening rivers winding among them.
There goes 100 billion, yeah. I know, right?
Carry on up. Charlie. There. Now, isn't that worth the climb?
It's beautiful, Mr. Wallace. Really beautiful.
We emerged at last onto a plateau, pretty clear of undergrowth, and in which we could walk freely. Above us towered the lofty forest, home to a multitude of creatures which we heard but seldom glimpsed.
Toucan. And Fairy Willow says, with his net, like the statue, yes, indeed.
Pretty clear of undergrowth, and in which we could walk freely.
There we go. Yep.
The creatures which we heard but seldom glimpsed.
And there you go, One Butthole. Yes, they did shoot a lot of critters. That's how it was done back then.
The most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared on this planet.
Sister Capri,
the dinosaurs.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Synclota for reference? Probably Fairy Willy, yeah.
Another nymphallid, Charlie. Such a delicate little butterfly. The insects formed an assemblage of tropical luxuriance, such as one obtains by looking over the drawers of a well-filled cabinet.
Tone Rebellion says, it's interesting how many early naturalists were consummate adventurers, even Charles Darwin himself. Pulp novels got some things right, yeah. Shoot, a lot of scientists today are, you know, adventurers of the highest caliber. Science itself is an adventure, whether you're in the field or in the laboratory. But if we're talking about going out into the field, living rough, as Charlie said, a lot of us do that to this day, you know.
Rotten bark is ideal for beetles, Charlie.
Yes, Mr. Wallace.
And the trouser says Jazzy Cat. Okay, I'll bite. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, they don't look super similar to pants in this, and that's okay, you know? I'm just really pleased that they made such a high-quality documentary about the life of Alfred Russel Wallace.
There. Isn't he a beauty, Charlie?
Oh, what long
Even if they didn't get everything precisely right.
The killing box.
On the undersides of the trunks clung numbers of smaller and more sluggish beetles, while others sat with outstretched antennae, ready to take flight at the least alarm. It was a glorious spot, and one which will always live in my memory as exhibiting the insect life of the tropics in unexampled luxuriance.
Look at that millipede.
Careful, Charlie. A giant millipede.
Is it dangerous, Mr. Wallace?
Well, we must handle him with care. It could give us a nasty sting. There. We have him. It was very striking to come out from the dark, cool and shady forest onto the hot, open slope, where we seem to have entered at one step from a lowland to an alpine vegetation. Of the luxuriant...
When dinosaurs ruled the earth.
Bascule Bug, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontology.
Plants, the most
Good to have you.
remarkable were the picture plants.
And millipedes are non-venomous? Interesting, Kojiro. Yeah, they might be non-venomous, but some of them are poisonous to eat, right? So they better not eat them.
These wonderful tropical curiosities never seem to succeed well in our hothouses and are seen to little advantage. Here, they grow up into half-climbing shrubs, their strange pictures of various sizes and forms hanging abundantly from their leaves. How splendid. They continually excited my admiration by their size and beauty.
Manix Lemur says Nepenthes. Is that family of pitcher plants? Pitcher plants. Yep. Nepenthaceae. Very cool, Manix Lemur. Yeah. A bunch of them on my kitchen counter. Awesome. 263 species. Holy cow. They are diverse. I mean, it's true for a lot of clades that are from the tropics. Like, yeah. Very cool. Good spot there, Manix the Lemur. Good spot.
Thank you, Charlie.
What's that?
Ah,
What's that?
It's an Argus pheasant.
No, not that. That.
Oh,
Ugh.
a leech.
Gross.
Yes, this is a forest leech. It's rather handsome, isn't it? With the emerald stripes.
We came upon many species of these forest leeches, and on bathing in the evening, generally found half a dozen on each of us.
Gross.
I had one who sucked his...
The Lenina gifted
Lenina.
one sub to Alfred_Russel_Wallace.
Thank you for
They have
gifting
given
Alfred Russel Wallace there,
378
Lenina.
gift subs in the channel.
What a wonderful birthday present for him on his 202nd birthday. Good stuff. I appreciate that, Lenina.
His fell from the side of my neck, but who luckily missed the jugular vein.
Gross.
Towards evening, we reached a peak separated from the true summit of the mountain by a considerable chasm. Here, our porters declared they could carry their load no further. Certainly, it had been an exhausting climb.
Strange. They said there'd be water here at Padang Batu.
Well, what do we do, Mr. Wallace?
Goodbye.
There's certainly a spring up by the summit.
I don't think I can.
Come along, Charlie.
Come on up here, Moonpie.
I'll find you a drink.
We might have a rare appearance of Moonpie on today's stream. Hello, Moonpie. Come on up. Come say hello. Hey. Hey. You want to come say hi to everybody on stream? Come here. Come here, Moonpie. Moonpie very rarely shows up because she doesn't like treats. So I can't really, like, bribe her to appear on stream. So only if she really wants some pets does she ever approach while I'm streaming. Come here, Moonpie. Hey. Come on up here. Hey. Here. Alright, I'm going to pretend like I'm not paying attention to her. Up, and here she is. Well, well, well. Moonpie. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Moonpie. How you doing, Moonpie? Yeah. Who's the most talkative of the three? That would definitely be Sweetie Pie. She definitely makes the most noise. And Moonpie is very eager to chew on my plastic cycad fronds right now. Moonpie. What are you doing? I want you to show everybody that white spot on your chest so they can tell you're different from Mini Pie, because I know you look very similar. She's committing some herbivory at the moment. Oh, Moonpie. What's Moonpie's favorite dinosaur? I don't know, some species of bird, probably. Yeah, she loves watching birds. Out of all the cats, Moonpie loves to look out the window the most. You're really going at that. My goodness. She's not actually eating it, she's just kind of mouthing it. As she likes to do. Moonpie really enjoys plants. Sometimes when I'm out for a walk in the neighborhood, I'll, Oh, look at that, Moonpie. You found some more cycad fronds. Well, well, well. What do you think? Is that good? You know, there's plants here all the time. You can stop by whenever you want, Moonpie. Everybody would love to see you more regularly. You know? you go. See, there's that white chest spot there. There we go. Yeah. Oh, the camera loves you, Moon Pie. You should really drop by more often. A lot of chatters who probably weren't aware that you existed. Now here you are. This means we got a cat trick today. We've had all 3 cats on stream. All 3 cats on stream. That is a rare occurrence. Yeah. Oh, Moon Pie. Good stuff, Moon Pie. Cat trick number 12. Is that it? Only 12? In the 13 months that I've lived here, we've only had 12 cat tricks, less than 1 per month. That's pretty cool. According to the counter. Wow. Wow. Here, we're gonna let her continue doing what she's doing. And, oh, it's so cute. I love when she rears up on her hind legs like a little bear. Oh. You investigating, Moon Pie? What's this space all about, huh? Yeah. Yeah. It's good to have you here, Moon Pie. Good to have you here. Yeah, we gotta continue this, huh?
Ah. There. There's things floating in it. Dead flies.
Yes, I know. It's carnivorous. It catches them and drowns them. Oh, it won't hurt you. Look.
Good for you, Charlie. Moon Pie.
Dear bait.
Yeah. Where you going? Oh, I'll see you later. Thanks for stopping by, Moon Pie. Yeah. Good stuff. Love Moon Pie.
Your last letter almost made me long to be on the Amazon again. I'm writing this by firelight. We keep a fire going all night because there are said to be tigers. We haven't come across any yet, but last week one of our porters sighted a rhinoceros. The birds here are really spectacular, but the beetles are truly amazing. Soon, I plan the sea crossing to Borneo to visit the kingdom of Sarawak, ruled by the so-called White Raja, Sir James Brooke.
Oh, boy.
I've been warned that he's quite a formidable character.
Mr. Wallace, Sir James.
Wallace, of course. I had a letter about you from a member of the Royal Geographical.
Look, you don't have time to put dinosaurs in your dinosaur movie.
Sacrificial Goat, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I promise we will spare you here. Thanks for following.
Sorry, I was out.
Please.
One of the Malays ran amok. When did you arrive?
In Sarawak. 3 days ago.
Let's see now. You're the insect man.
Yes, chiefly insects. You're
the insect man. Everyone's favorite superhero.
You're the insect man.
Yes, chiefly insects, Your Excellency.
Your Highness.
With the museum.
No, I send them to an agent and he sells them. His brother's an auctioneer.
He sells what? Beetles? And moths? You can make a living out of that?
Thank you. Yes, I can.
And you find that interesting, do you?
Oh, fascinating.
Really?
There you go, very well.
I used to find this
Thank you.
country fascinating when I first came out here. Plenty of action in those days. The country was running alive with pirates, bandits, headhunters. Expeditions every other week. Upriver, down the coast, rooting them out, putting the fear of God into them. Thing is, I've been here too long. Once you've licked the place into shape, there's nothing left to do but dwindle into an administrator, wet nursing the natives and sorting out their everlasting squabbles.
This guy.
At one time, every weekend, this place would be full of all kinds of adventurers and fighters and prospectors and freebooters, arguing and planning and swapping ideas till 2 o'clock in the morning.
Hi. Are you paleontologying?
Be Cosmic, thank you for the follow too. Welcome to Paleontology. Good to have you here.
Now I've got Spencer here, passing on Walter's orders that I'm to be in bed by 10. And who do we get? Seedy little lawyers and missionaries and ICS wallers and...
And insect men?
And insect men. That's nonsense. One species can never turn into another species. It's plain nonsense.
It's not, you know.
Well, damn it, man, if I made a mare with a stallion, I expect to get a foal. And that's what I do get. Not a bear or a camel or a pussycat.
What's really funny is that you still hear creationists make the same argument today in 2025, you know?
If I plant an acorn, I get an oak tree. Now, you're not telling me that you can hatch out a hen's egg and get a turkey out of it, never in a million years.
Now that's precisely it. You go back a few million years, and the same species aren't there. Oh, you get fossils of great huge reptiles or ferns as high as a steeple. But what you do not find is camels and bears and pussycats and oak trees. Why do you think that is?
Well, people haven't looked hard enough. They'll be found. You wait and see.
All right, I'll wait. If they're found, I'll take it all back.
Well, perhaps there were successive generations. One lots of things get wiped out and another lot appears in its place.
Where from?
Well, how do I know? But if God did it once, he could do it twice. He could scrap the lot and start again with something entirely different.
So this is actually what people like Cuvier thought. These, like, he thought there were successive ages of living things. You had an age of reptiles and then an age of mammals. There was a catastrophe, and then there was a separate creation event. Cuvier himself did not believe that living things could change over time. We'll talk about this later on when we talk about Cuvier, but yeah, progressive creationism. There you go, Diemwing. Yeah.
He didn't do that, though.
How do you mean?
When a new species appears, it never is entirely different.
Oh?
There's always been something there before that was very much like it. And it lived in the same place, or close to it.
Always?
Always. That's the law.
Who told you that?
Nobody told me. I worked it out for myself.
It would seem we've been entertaining a genius unawares.
Makes you think, though, doesn't it? What baffles me is how you can make money out of it. What do they fetch, these insects?
Oh, it varies. I've got some that I found on my way here.
And our tiger shark's named after Cuvier. Yeah, and Cuvier's beaked whale and a number of other critters, too. Yeah, yes, indeed, crimson carnivores, yeah.
Back in England, you could get 4p for one of these.
Oh, my Lord. They're alive, by God.
Of course they're alive.
You still haven't explained how one species can turn into another species. I mean, why should it? What makes it happen?
That's what nobody knows. Yet.
Is it, by George?
It's gone midnight, Sir James.
Oh, I'm all right, Spencer. Stop fussing. But see here, if you've got that much faith in your law, you should publish it. Like Wellington said, publish and be damned.
I shall too. When I get back to England.
Now, when will that be?
5 or 6 years.
Too long.
I can't spare the time while I'm out here. Got to get on with the collecting.
No, you won't get much collecting done when the rains come. And you could write it in a few days. Why not stay on here and do it? Spencer and I are off to Singapore on Monday. The place will be empty. We'll arrange a boy to cook your meals. How's that?
So you could read all about this in Wallace's book. I forget what the title was.
Fanny, yesterday I captured a remarkably elegant butterfly.
But this is all based on his
I found it
writing.
in a clearing, flying swiftly between rocky pools and settling to drink. This beautiful creature is a new species, and I am naming it Ornithoptera brookiana, after Sir James Brooke, who has persuaded me to write up, as a paper, my ideas on the natural law that regulates the introduction of new species. You may tell Mr. Stevens that his patience will be rewarded, for the beetles and butterflies here in Sarawak are abundant. During the dry weather, I was very fortunate in finding a good locality for beetles and collected about 2,000 species. I found...
So, Digger wants to know what we're doing here. So this is Alfred Russel Wallace, who was born on this very day, January 8th, 1823. It's his 202nd birthday today. So along with Charles Darwin, Alfred Russel Wallace discovered natural selection. Kind of the key to understanding evolution. He's not as often remembered as Charles Darwin, and he's still a really important figure, though. And this is a documentary about his life, I think, produced by the BBC back in the 70s.
One place only where I could collect moths.
Some fun
and have obtained
reenactments
altogether about 1,000 species. With the butterflies, I reckon that my number of different species is now about 6,000, and of total specimens collected, about 30,000. But of the entomological riches of the East, I still consider the magnificent butterfly Ornithoptera brookiana to be the most elegant insect in the world. Yes?
Please, Mr. Wallace, sir. I've lost the scissors.
Yes, you left them out here on the veranda. You always do.
Thank you.
How is the barber coming on?
Sir, where are we going next?
We're going up the Sedong River, Dayak country. It will be hard going, I'm afraid.
Sir, I've been wondering if I... Sir, I went to the mission again last night. Father Delilah is looking for a boy to learn how to be a teacher, sir.
And would you like that?
Well, only if you think you can manage without me.
Oh, Charlie. This will be a great opportunity for you. I'm sure I'll manage somehow. I engaged a Malay boy named Ali as a personal servant. He was very attentive and clean and could cook very well. He soon learned to shoot birds, to skin them properly, and latterly even to put up the skins neatly. In all the difficulties and dangers of our journeys, he was quite undisturbed and ready to do anything required of him. Tubby?
So I might, in the interest of time, fast forward a little bit until... Well, we're going to do that anyway. We've got a scene change coming up right here.
Look, Tuan. Monkeys. What kind? Macaques?
No, no. Orang putih. Look, there's one.
Oh, by heaven, so there is. It's a long-nosed monkey. Extraordinary creature. What was that name you called him?
Orang putih.
Why are you laughing? What does it mean, Ali?
Orang putih, white man. Tuan.
So that's the local term for a white dude. It's also the name of that monkey.
Why are you laughing? What does it mean, Ali?
Orang putih, white man. Tuan.
And thanks, Summer Day Suck. Thanks for being here. Happy Wallace Day to you,
Are
too.
you saying that Alfred shouldn't have written this paper? What's wrong with it?
Well, there's nothing wrong with it as such. It's quite well presented. I gather that even Mr. Lyell has commented on that.
Who's Mr. Lyell?
Oh, he wrote Principles of Geology. He's a very
Charles Lyell. Yeah.
Well, there you are. If he agrees with what Alfred has written...
No, Mrs. Sims, he doesn't agree that species change. No reputable scientist is going to take that seriously. It's just one of those eccentric ideas that keeps on cropping up. It's been completely discredited. It just doesn't hold water, you know.
Surely Alfred has a right to his own opinions.
Oh, indeed.
And so that's the thing. It's not like evolution as a broad concept. The idea of species changing over time was a new idea. It had been proposed many times before, but no one ever actually had a mechanism for it, a way that it would actually work until natural selection, that Darwin and Wallace independently discovered. And in doing so, they kind of discovered how evolution can work. Not how it can work, how it does work. So I hope that's not confusing for anybody. Kind of glad they threw that in there. Oh, that idea keeps cropping up. It had cropped up, I think, since the days of Aristotle. This idea that there is no fixity of species, that species can change, but no one knew how it could happen until Wallace and Darwin.
I do wish, for his own sake, next time you write to him, you impress on him that his latest specimens have aroused a good deal of interest. We're getting a lot of inquiries. The prices are right, and here's our sole source of supply from that region. Now, that's...
And there you go, Lydia. Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, that's what he's qualified to do, not sit around thinking up some fanciful ideas.
It was along the tributaries of the Sedong River that I first encountered the Dayak people of Borneo.
I might, in the interest of time, fast forward a bit, and we'll get back to old Chucky D.
Oh, my dear Lyle, it's been a long time. Too long.
So, Charles Darwin and Charles Lyell. Charles Lyell, kind of the preeminent geologist of his day.
Oh,
so he's the one who wrote the book Principles of Geology that Darwin brought along with him on the voyage of the Beagle. Without Lyell's book, there would be no Origin of Species. I think Wallace also had read Principles of Geology, too.
It's a wretched invalid nowadays, and London tires me out. But we love to see our old friends, don't we, Emma?
I'll see you at luncheon, Sir Charles.
Now then. How's the great work coming along?
Oh, slowly, slowly.
Not too slowly, Tell me, have you read an article by A.R. Wallace in the Annals?
Yes. Why?
It's one of the reasons I've come down to see you today. I was deeply impressed by it.
Really? Ooh, from you, that's high praise. Don't tell me.
And they make Darwin so stuffy and pompous, and I don't know, like you really want to dislike him the way that he's portrayed in this documentary here, and I find that really funny.
You're coming round to my evolutionary heresies after all these years.
No, I don't say you've converted me, or that Wallace has converted me. I'll tell you what I have done, though, since reading that article.
So, I don't know, in real life, Darwin was a scaredy cat and kind of a sweetheart, by all accounts. A timid man who would agonize over ideas. Not, this is not the way he's played here.
Notebook on
you know?
evolution. It really is beginning to look like a tenable hypothesis.
Yes, he explained the case very cogently.
But he
Anywho, let's go forward to... Here we go. This dramatic part right here.
There, the duck. Terry McGuffey. I'm back, Dwight. Oh, no. No, leave it.
We'll do it later. That was the best meal I've had for weeks. I've a mind to use this place for a base while we're here in the Moluccas. Come back every few weeks, sort out what we've got, and send it off. We've come a long way these last 6 months.
And here, Chaotic Kitten. Well, yeah, but that's the thing. When we're talking about people who believe that the Bible is 100% true, nobody, even like your most hardcore of young earth creationists, believes that the Bible is 100% true and literal in every detail, because it literally can't be. There are different parts, there are different stories that kind of contradict one another. So there are tons and tons and tons of very earnest, people in good faith who, follow that book for advice about how to live your life and, moral codes and stuff like that. And those people don't treat it 100% literally. You literally can't do that. Even Answers in Genesis, like the biggest creationist organization in the United States, they don't take it 100% literally either, and they have articles on their website about that. You can't take it 100% literally because you would be believing contradictory things at the same time. So there's even the most literalist interpretations still they still allow for allegory, for things to be symbolic, for things to be, if you take it literally, you're missing the point. The vast majority of religious people around the world have no problem at all with science. It's, I think, when you've got when scientific ideas scare you, like is the case with people like Ken Ham or Kent Hovind or other prominent creationists like that. When the implications of the interrelatedness of living things really puts a bee in your bonnet. Yeah. That's when you get all of these objections. I don't know. There are people who don't want to accept observations about the natural world. It upsets their worldview. If they can't believe, I'll put it this way. Those same issues that Darwin and Wallace ran into when they were putting forth this idea of natural selection and evolution, the objections that they would get. Well, if this is true, then, if all living things are related to one another, and if species change, then maybe society can change. If living things are related to one another, then maybe we're related to those living things too. Maybe we are not in this lofty place where we can do whatever we want with our planet and exploit every resource until everything's gone. we're related to other living things, maybe we need to take care of our planet. And not be cruel and arbitrary toward the other living things that we share our Earth with. To a lot of people, that's like a really scary idea, you know? The idea that we're not apart from the natural world, we are not outside of it, we are part of it. A lot of people are really scared of that idea and deeply offended by it, even though it's true. And on some level, I can understand that, you know? A lot of people are raised with that belief. That of course we're separate from the natural world, you know? Of course we can do whatever we want to our planet and everything's gonna be fine. Don't worry about it, you know? Just keep churning out those profits. That's the only thing that matters, you know? There's a lot of people who think that way, especially in this country, especially in the United States. And there were a lot of people who thought that way in England too, and still do, frankly. That's why these ideas, the idea of natural selection, evolution, the interrelatedness of all living things, the great antiquity of the Earth, you know, we are newcomers upon this planet as human beings. Those are threatening ideas to a lot of folks. And I don't know. I like to think that somehow by talking about these things on stream, I can get people excited about this idea. I can get them to see the beauty in it. And I know there's a certain degree of preaching to the choir here. We've got a lot of people in chat who are already deeply interested in science. And they already appreciate the beauty and the complexity of the natural world. And they relish the idea that we as human beings are within that. We are part of that. We are kind of a part of nature in that sense. We're not separate from it. But there's a lot of people who need to hear this for the first time, especially in this country, especially in the United States. So that's part of the reason why I do these streams, you know? An appreciation for science, an appreciation for the natural world, it kind of changes your viewpoint a little bit on everything. And I like to think it makes you a better person. More empathetic, more kind, more understanding of other people around you and other organisms too. So I don't know. I'll climb off this soapbox. Let's continue.
Borneo. Remember those Dayak people at the Longhouse? There's one strange thing, though. It's very odd. They're healthy enough. They have more food than they can eat. And yet there are so few of them. Now, back in England, the population has doubled in just 50 years. Malthus was right. Prodigious power of increase, he called it. War and plagues limit populations, he said. Now, that's in spite of infant mortality. It doesn't have to be only catastrophes, though.
Cold one?
No. Hot. I'm afraid it's another attack of the ague. Did we pack the quinine when we left Amboina?
I go and look.
Thank you, Chaotic Kitten. I appreciate you. Thanks for the kind words. Here's again that classic episode in Wallace's life.
Where did they all come from, Alfred? Out of the up.
Always where there's a closely related, pre-existing species.
You still haven't explained how one species can change into another.
The individual deaths don't matter. It's as Malthus said, Brahma, but nobody knows the mechanism.
I agree with everything you wrote about the genesis of species, but I would go further, much further.
Doesn't matter as long as some of them survive. The strongest ones, or the ones who can run fastest, or the ones best fitted to the kind of... That's it.
Want water?
Pencil, paper.
Note one. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. The numbers that die.
Counter Rebellion says, there you have it. If you want real scientific breakthroughs, gotta contract malaria and have fever dreams. That is apparently what really happened here, though. That's not how Darwin came up with natural selection. But that's kind of how Wallace discovered it.
Die annually will be immense. Those that die must be the weakest, while those that prolong their existence can only be the most perfect in health and vigor.
It is a struggle for existence. Useful variations will tend to increase, useless or hurtful variations to diminish.
The giraffe did not acquire its long neck by desiring to reach the foliage of the loftier shrubs, but because any varieties which occurred with a longer neck than usual secured more food than their shorter-necked companions and were thereby enabled to outlive them. Dear Mr. Darwin, I enclose a paper which I have just written, and I would very much like to hear your opinion of it. I hope the ideas contained in it will be as new to you as they were to me, and will supply the missing factor to explain the origin of species. When you have read the paper, I would be much obliged if you would show it to Mr. Lyle. That is, if you consider it sufficiently novel to merit his attention.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yours very sincerely, Alfred R. Wallace.
Well, Darwin's not going to be happy in this documentary too.
It's bad news, my dear. I'm afraid he's worse. He was crying all night. The nurse fears it's the smallpox. I've sent for the doctor.
I see. I'm sorry to hear that.
Charles, what is it? Are you ill? What's happened?
I got a letter. Anywho, I don't think it was exactly like this in real life, but anyway.
From Mr. Wallace. What does it mean?
My whole theory of natural selection, the work I've given my life to, he's got it all there. The whole essence of it. The moment that is published, it becomes Wallace's theory, not mine. All my originality is...
You just want to hate him in this, you know?
That wouldn't be fair. You thought of it years ago.
That makes no difference. It's my own fault. Lyle warned me that it could happen.
Yeah, ignore the child. What about my theory, Suspensor? Yeah, I just... they make Darwin so unsympathetic in this...
Well, it has, with the
in this movie here.
Charles, he doesn't actually ask you to get it published, just to show it to Sir Charles Lyell. Couldn't you write back and ask him exactly what he intends you to do?
There you go, gross game.
And in the meantime, well...
I could publish a paper myself. Oh, Emma.
Sorry. Of course you can't do that.
It would be so simple. It would only take me a week, but it would be despicable.
We could have sent it to the publisher himself if that's what he wanted.
Well, perhaps he was afraid there was some flaws in it that he hadn't seen. Well, he needn't have worried about that. It's very well done.
Why did he pick on you to send it to?
I can only suppose that it's because he trusts me, God help me, to act in his best interests.
The fool. Trusting me.
Oh, Emma. This is the blackest day of my whole life.
What will you do?
I really don't feel able to deal with it. I will, of course, do as he asks. I'll send it to Lyle.
What about Mr. Hooker? He's always been a good friend, too.
Yes. Lyle and Hooker, they can handle it between them. Do whatever they think is right.
Back in 2 hours.
The Linnaean Society. Here we go. A reenactment of,
We're the first.
an important event, which was not a big deal at the time.
I don't think there'll be a big attendance.
Why not?
Well, after all, it's not a regular meeting. It's only because Brown died. They're electing a new secretary to the society.
Does lecture hall still exist, right? Probably one, but
we're doing the right thing.
It's too late to have any qualms now, Hooker. The die's cast.
I don't know if this is actually the real location.
Well, he wasn't too happy. But with your name behind it, he could hardly refuse. I've been wondering how Wallace is likely to take it.
He can't possibly raise objections. After all, Darwin told me of his theory in '56. I recorded it in my notebook at the time.
And we've got his 1842 outline and his letter to Asa Gray. They're not the most elegant of documents, but at least they prove that Darwin was first in the field.
Enough to satisfy any fair-minded person. But all the same, I do wish he'd taken my advice.
The Lenin Society. There you go, Lenin, yeah.
Nice and published earlier, and saved all this fuss. Mr. President, thank you very much for agreeing to read these papers into the Society's proceedings. I'm sorry it had to be at such short notice.
Not at all, Sir Charles. May I ask if Mr. Darwin will be here to introduce his own contributions?
No, I'm afraid he can't. There's been a death in the family. And now his eldest daughter is seriously ill.
But he's put the matter unreservedly in our hands.
I see, and Mr. Wallace has done the same. Sir Charles?
Mr. Wallace referred the matter to me without any explicit instructions. I imagine he intended me to use my own discretion in the matter. You see, Mr. Bell, he's still in the Malay archipelago. Nobody knows precisely where.
Again, they almost make it seem like they're getting one over on Wallace here. It's like, no, they actually presented his work and gave him partial credit. Him and Darwin together at the time. I'm not sure if Wallace even intended it for it to be read at the Linnaean Society. He probably did, I'm not sure. But yeah.
I had left the relative comfort of Ternate in search of birds of paradise and the other curiosities of New Guinea. I had never felt so remote. It is a country in which no naturalist had ever resided.
Menzor says hard to tell a story without an antagonist. I suppose so, yeah.
And which I might never visit again. The weather was still terribly wet, when according to rule it should have been fine and dry. In all my journeyings, I had never encountered such privations and annoyances.
Sir Charles. Just one thing. I've this paper by Mr. Wallace, the two documents by Mr. Darwin. You haven't indicated in what order that you read. Shall we say alphabetical order?
That would be best.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I missed that right there. Oh, what order should they be named? Should it be Wallace and Darwin or Darwin and Wallace? Darwin did come up with it first, so honestly, like, I don't know. They're painting this like it's some horrible injustice here. Like, oh, we're being real sneaky about this.
Gentlemen, as you will have seen on your agenda, before embarking on the business of this meeting, I've been requested to read into the proceedings a communication with the title, On the Tendency of Species to Form Varieties and on the Perpetuation of Varieties and Species by Natural Means of Selection, by Charles Darwin, Esquire, FRS, FLS, FGS, and Alfred R. Wallace, Esquire, communicated by Sir Charles Lyell, FRS, FLS, and J.D. Hooker, Esquire, MD,
Alphabet
VPRS, FLS, CB, OM, LLD, FRS.
OMG, LOL, says XVR. Yes, OMG, LOL, OSCAR, MEYER, RESPECT, and so forth.
What, Mr. Allen?
E-I-E-I-O.
Why, Charlie. Mr. Wallace, I heard you was back. How was New Guinea?
Oh, dreadful. Everything went wrong.
A Reaver Sage says, why is he saying those things out? So those are just titles. It's got it. Some of it is going to be related to education. Some of it is probably like, I don't know, various titles given by members of the nobility or whatever. Some of it might be in reference to like land ownership. I'm not totally sure. Snoop D-O double G, isolated, yeah.
But what are you doing here? I've brought something to show you.
Ah. Oh, they're beautifully done. Where are they from?
Those are from Sarawak. And these.
Charlie. Oh, they're quite superb.
Oh, there you go, Charlie Dragon. JP is Justice of Peace. FRS is Fellow of the Royal Society. Well, yeah, having a fellowship in the Royal Society was a super lofty thing. I don't think Alfred Russel Wallace had that. Yeah, there was a thing where during her lifetime, Mary Anning was never granted fellowship to the Royal Society. We'll talk about that on Mary Anning's birthday in May. But, yeah.
And these are from Mysore.
Oh!
And Ink Frog says, no ads, what's in the box? What should I say? Jelly beans. Yeah.
But what happened about the mission?
Oh, I got tired of it after a year or two. Every time I saw a butterfly, I thought, Mr. Wallace would like that. And I thought, if I could work on my own and bring you what I find, we could cover more ground that way.
Oh, this is splendid news. Really splendid. Tell me, when did you arrive?
Just an hour ago. I came on the prow. Oh, I've got a letter for you.
I'm sorry you were stuck behind an ad there, Ink Frog. But look, so Charlie, who had worked with Wallace at the beginning of this 5-year voyage, and then went off to I think work with the clergy, he has gone on and collected a bunch of butterflies here.
Those are from Sarawak. And these.
Charlie. Oh, they're quite superb.
I rewound it a little bit for you, Ink Frog.
And these are from Mysore.
Oh. But what happened about the mission?
Oh, I got tired of it after a year or two. Every time I saw a butterfly, I thought, Mr. Wallace would like that. And I thought, if I could work on my own and bring you what I find, we could cover more ground that way.
Oh, this is splendid news. Really splendid. Tell me, when did you arrive?
Just an hour ago. I came on the prow. Oh, Oh, I've got a letter for you.
This is from Mr. Darwin. Excuse me.
He says, "Dear Mr. Wallace, I have taken your ideas and published them as my own. You receive no credit." No, that's not what happened, obviously. I'm impressed you can read that intricate cursive writing so quickly. You know?
Is it good news, Mr. Wallace?
He agrees with me, Charlie. I knew he would.
Aren't you going to open it?
Yes?
After all, you did get it published for him. He should be pleased.
Yes, but he thought he'd be the first.
But he is still the first, in a way. You're both first. I don't see how he can possibly be angry about that.
Not angry, no, but...
You're tied for second
I'm afraid
place,
that
which
he will
means
be
you're
hurt.
both first.
Charles, if you aren't going to open it, then I shall. Well?
Oh.
Oh, he can smile. He's capable of smiling. What a surprise.
There, you see? He's thanking you. He's honored. Oh, Charles. What a very nice gentleman Mr. Wallace seems to be.
Salamander, have you seen
I
other
really do now think and believe
documentaries like this?
that I am going home.
Emma Wedgwood, who became Emma Darwin, there's like a lot of really interesting portrayals of her in documentaries like this, and sometimes they're very sympathetic, and sometimes she just comes across as really annoying, and she's kind of the antagonist in some of these. So it's really interesting, like how they choose to portray her in different pieces like this.
I have been cleaning, arranging, and packing about 16,000 specimens of insects, birds, and shells. I know not how to express fully my appreciation of Darwin's book. I have read it through 5 or 6 times, each time with increasing admiration. Ali.
Yes, Glenn?
Observation. You couldn't see a thing. Conclusion. Dinosaurs.
Laughing face.
Gameverse Man, thank you for the 3 months of support at tier 2 now. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you, Gameverse Man. That means you're one of the few people who can do those emotes, the Sinusoraptorix. Anyway, I appreciate you, Gameverse Man. Thank you for your continued support.
On parting with Ali, beside a present in money, I gave him my 2 double-barreled guns.
I would like you
4
to
barrels,
have these.
wow. Dual wield them only.
Thank you, Tuan.
For 6 years, he had been my faithful companion of almost all my journeyings among the islands of the Far East. And then it all suddenly seemed to fall into place. I had a feeling of complete certainty.
Yes. Do you know, Mr. Wallace, I could show you the exact spot where the same thing happened to me when I was driving in my carriage. It came to me like a flash of light. And you must...
I don't think it actually did for Darwin. I think it was more of a slow dawning than a flash of light, but...
Just let me say how much I admire the generous way you wrote about my book. Most people in your position would have been full of envy and jealousy. But you speak far too modestly of your own work. I've always felt...
The idea came to me as it had come to Darwin, in a sudden flash of insight. It was thought out in a few hours, for I was then the young man in a hurry. But the idea had occurred to him much earlier. He had already made it his own.
Yet, O Lord God most holy, O Lord most mighty, O holy and most merciful Saviour, deliver us not into the bitter pains of eternal death. Thou knowest, Lord, the secrets of our hearts. Shut not
like
thy merciful ears to our prayer, but spare us. Lord most holy, O God most mighty, O holy and merciful Saviour.
And the Monty Python, like, parody, it's like a one-to-one thing. It really is like Monty Python Ackerman. It really is, you know? Yeah. Speaking of Michael Palin, like we were earlier. Yeah. Yeah.
evolution by natural selection. This is an idea that has been sought after since the dawn of human thought. And it was a theory that was discovered by two people, and we've blithely forgotten one of them. What on earth has happened to poor old Alfred Russel Wallace?
I love these videos, the animation style. If you can call it animation, is it puppetry? Is it animation? It's brilliant, whatever it
Alfred Russel Wallace was born in 1823 in a small cottage by the banks of the River Usk in Wales.
And he works with his brother, and they're surveying the British countryside. He becomes interested in plants, and this is Britain. There's not even that much to become interested in. I say that with a certain amount of national pride. And in 1844, he meets Henry Walter Bates.
Bates turned out to be a really keen beetle collector.
So, okay, here we are collecting beetles in miserable Britain. We can do better than this. We can do real science.
He suggested to Bates that they both go off to Brazil and collect mainly insects, but also birds.
I love this idea that Wallace and Bates are just two guys interested in science. No real formal education to speak of. They don't come from a wealthy background. They're not the gentleman scientists that are kind of dominating that period of science. They're just two guys who are really passionate about this. They're self-taught. They know more than a lot of the gentleman scientists of their era do. And they're like, let's go. Let's go to South America. I love that, you know?
These are two know-nothings. If they don't have any money, they've been nowhere, and they decide to go to the tropics. I mean, this is the equivalent today of going to Mars. It's just so unimaginably bold.
They headed off to Brazil, worked together for a while, and then decided to split up and concentrate on different areas of the Amazon.
Wallace was the modern equivalent of a backpacker. Basically traveling by himself, he's dependent upon local help, everything's stuffed into a dugout canoe, and yet he's trying to do science. And collecting stuff, which is the worst kind of science to do under those circumstances, because you're just accumulating enormous amounts of stuff. Spider monkeys, toucans, parrots, fantastic, gaudy things. So he has this vision. He's going to walk into a London scientific salon with a toucan on his arm. He's not going to be a nobody, he's going to be a somebody.
What happened next was that 26 days into the voyage, when the ship was kind of in the middle of the Atlantic, it caught fire.
Ship's on fire, it's going up like a tinderbox.
And they watched the ship sink.
Wallace got to visualize the collections which he'd nearly died for, those living animals, those pets that were his passport to the big time. He watches everything go up, literally, in flames.
10 days later, they were very luckily rescued by an old leaky ship that was going back to England.
And he writes this poignant letter, as one would. It's nice to be back. I'm never going to see again. But if he wants to realize that ambition to become, quote, a scientist, he's got to do it again.
Wallace decided, where next?
Imagine that. Imagine going through that ordeal, that traumatic experience. You've nearly lost your life. And you're back home, you're safe, you're warm, and you decide, nope, I think I'll do it again. Risk that happening again, you know? Imagine the courage that took.
He's off again, this time to Southeast Asia.
He collected an astonishing total of 126,000 specimens of natural history. And out of all the specimens he collected, several thousand were new to science.
He's doing the backpacker thing again. He's struggling to survive. He's getting attacked by insects. His specimens keep getting stolen by dogs. And yet he's still finding time, in between bouts of malaria, to really think big picture.
Yeah.
He was
4 years
in
later.
a little village, racked by malarial fits. During this
that
illness,
scene again.
Wallace was really thinking about natural history and the distribution of plants and animals in space and time.
The notion was that species changed one into another through time. And for whatever reason, ping! Yes, there was his eureka moment.
Wallace realized basically there's constant death and a struggle in the natural world.
There's finite resources, therefore a competition. So who's going to win that competition? Well, the best endowed.
And this provided a mechanism driving evolution, natural selection.
Yep.
If you want a eureka moment, that's pretty eureka-y. Famously, as soon as he's capable of holding a pen, he writes out his manuscript.
Because he knew that Charles Darwin was interested in evolution, he posted the scientific essay off to Darwin. When Darwin opened Wallace's essay and started to read it, he was absolutely shocked.
Darwin wrote, Wallace could have seen one of my manuscripts and used its chapter headings as his topic sentences. Darwin cobbles together a set of notes to be presented alongside Wallace's.
In 1858, Darwin's colleagues present the theory of natural selection at the Linnaean Society of London. Darwin and Wallace share the credit.
The next thing that happened, of course, was it galvanized Darwin into scribble, scribble, scribble. The Origin of Species, published in November 1859. It does mention Wallace in the preface, but it's my theory. Here it is. And look, to a certain extent, fair enough. You know, he's been working on this for a long time. Does Wallace go through and count the number of times he's referred to? Does Wallace get excuse me? No. Wallace loves the book, says, no, God, look, Darwin knows so much, I couldn't have done this.
I suppose I hate sort of injustice, and I feel that at the moment the history of biology has a very Darwinocentric view.
True.
People like Wallace actually made massive contributions, and they deserve to be remembered as well.
Hear, hear.
It's the greatness of the idea that they had, which should give him prominence, which is this idea that everyone's been seeking forever. Where we come from and how we relate to the rest of the natural world.
Beautiful. Give you a link to the video right here. Happy Wallace Day, everybody. I hope you've enjoyed today's stream. Thanks for sticking with me through it. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. I learned some things, and I hope you did too. With that said, let's wrap this up. Credits over a Smilodon skull here. And let's see who else is live on Twitch right now. Let's see. It looks like Rhacodactylus is on right now. Possibly doing some science. Yes, indeed. Well, thank you to everybody whose names are appearing in our credits at present. New followers, new subscribers, resubscribers, gifters, cheerers. Thank you to the moderators who watch the chat so closely. Appreciate it. And thank you for that graph, Astro Axol. I appreciate it. Thanks for following. We'll be streaming again tomorrow for Thursday Birds Day. Should be a fun stream. We've also got our first new dinosaur described from 2025. We'll be talking about that too. So I hope you'll join me tomorrow. Till then, everybody, you take care of yourselves. Be kind, stay curious, and Let's go hang out with Rhacodactylus. I'll see you there.